If you're not already in a meditation position, you can go ahead and get yourself settled in. Whether you like to sit up or lay down, that's totally fine either way. For the meditations, focusing at the seat of the soul, up here above the eyebrows, the top and the center of the head. We really want to bring our attention inwards and upwards so that we attune ourselves with the divine. If you just take a few moments, you can just become still. Sometimes I even do the meditation with my eyes open, just kind of staring straight ahead or on a fixed point to help bring that stillness. But otherwise, it's always best to close the eyes and hold the attention inwards and upwards, just to let go of all the outer distractions. And you may notice just automatically a peace that begins to move through your body. You can feel it like a wave of relaxation. Maybe you even see it as an inner light, often as a golden white, or as we move into the deeper focus, a purple light. And as you keep moving into that stillness, just listen deeply within, as well as watching for that inner light, feeling and noticing the inner peace. Now begin listening. Just listen into the stillness itself. For when you go deep enough into the stillness, eventually you begin to hear a sound that emanates from within the stillness and through it. All we have to do is have a single point of focus. And that point, in truth, is our soul, for that is the living, loving essence of God, of who we are. And that is literally right here, in the forehead, the upper region. And so in meditation, we focus into this point. It is a single point from which all of God's love emanates. And to reach into that emanation, we move into and through the stillness that is preceded by the peace. This is why the focus is so important, because it is through this point in which that inner light radiates, what we often refer to as a radiant form of the Holy Spirit, or the radiant form of the spiritual teacher, often again appearing as that white or purple light. This is God's loving, just coming forward, greeting us, meeting us, filling us. And all we have to do is open up and focus into it and allow God's loving just to fill us and surround us. Just ever staying vulnerable to God. Just paying attention. If you notice, all of a sudden you get caught in your thoughts and thinking about something else. You start imagining something. Just let it go. Come back to that single point of focus at the seat of the soul. For within the stillness, truly, any and all things originate and emanate from. For truly all things come from God, including who we are. So to move into God, we need to move into the truth of who we are as that divine, living, loving essence through our own inner light, through the light of our own soul. And so as you keep listening and watching, you may begin to hear even a high-pitched ringing. It may sound like it's in your ears, but if you pay attention, it's really more inside, within the consciousness. As you listen more deeply, it is not uncommon to even hear a bell, for whom the bell tolls, running water, musical instruments, singing, different sounds of nature, especially the wind. That wind is the movement of the Holy Spirit, as it lifts us and carries us through the different inner regions back towards God, just ushering us home, bringing us back to God as God wishes us home, and as we truly desire and long for that reunion. So in meditation, we're giving God the opportunity to bring us home, as well as the space to just be in loving, to be in communion, to awaken and to know that inner source of truth, no matter what we may call it. It is all loving in many, many expressions. But eventually we want to come to the one beingness that is truly God in itself, which is all loving. So just be in this loving, be in this light and sound. Just continue to focus at this point, just being present in the stillness, receiving God's loving, just being present, allowing yourself to be filled and to be lifted. It's even okay if your body dozes off, for God has your soul, and your soul has God. If you begin to hear the sound of the cue within the stillness, just hold your attention and begin to chant and sing the sound. As you receive, so give, chanting the cue, sharing your loving with God. So just quietly within, you can just simply chant, you. And allow your loving to go to God upon this name, this sound. This sound is the sound of God's loving in one of its highest forms. So you can continue chanting and moving upon this frequency of loving as long as you wish. And if you notice after a while, when you come still again, you can move into a place of observation and receptivity, and just allow this process of giving your loving and receiving God's loving for you back and forth during this time of meditation. We're going to move into a silence now, where we can just go deeper within, allowing the sound to awaken, to move us back into union with God. Once again, begin to draw your attention to that one single point, that point of stillness and peace. Coming present and centered. Once again, watching that inner light and listening for the inner sound. Just allow the loving to bring you centered at this point once again. Because if you surrender and simply allow, the loving will bring us present to this point. So let go and let God. And just give yourself the time to let the loving collect you again, bringing you more aware in the physical body as well as that point in spirit. As you ever allow your awareness to expand, allowing yourself to awaken more and more to the spirit of who you are. Just take a few more moments of getting settled and present in this peace within you. Just allowing yourself to just be. Letting go of any restrictions or conditions or any agendas you may have running. Just giving them all up to God. Asking God to take them and to bring you present into the loving. So that loving becomes the new agenda, the new practice, the new way of being and doing. So let loving lead the way. Let loving be the way. Let loving live in you and through you as you live the loving. If you want to open your eyes, you're more than welcome to. So move into this time of sharing. Otherwise, of course, you can keep your eyes closed, just maintaining that presence and focus. It's going to take me a few moments just to get present again, too. All right, it's been a little while since I've done a class on my own without Jim like this. So I guess I'll have to do 2 sharings today. Okay. I could move back into meditation. Wow. There's actually multiple things probably wanted to touch in on today. I know my voice is quieter than usual. Just that peace and stillness was just instantly present when we went into meditation today. So it takes a little bit to get myself moving again from being in that place. So let's just see where I want to start here. So maybe I'll share a little bit about some of what I've been working on lately in my own life. And it's something I've always been aware of for a long time with Jim. And many of us have often commented on how Jim always has this gentleness and compassion. And the other words are humility and patience that come with that. And these are certain qualities, obviously, that are what we could call aspects of God or characteristics of spirit, elements of the soul. It's all of that. And these are things we want to pay attention to in our own lives. And giving that focus to that helps us to begin to move into it. One of the things for me that I've been working on lately, a few months ago, I had this meditation where I was aware of this door above me opening and I started to move into it. So it's like my head just stuck up into this new space, but not the rest of me, just my head began to move into it. But with that moving into it, it was enough for me to tap into what the energy was, the qualities, the space of what that contained in there. And I know when I do that, that's like the beginning now of the next, often a 2 to 3 year journey of moving into another, again, I guess we could call the quality of God, another aspect. In some ways you could call it another realm, because I know many of us are aware of the realms as we talk about in ILM, from the physical to the astral, the causal, the mental, the etheric, and soul, the realms of spirit. Well, in the realms of spirit, there's also these qualities of God. So I'm talking more about that today. These qualities of God that aren't really realms, but they're almost more like vertical, like rays of emanation coming out of God, out of that single point, that make up these different qualities. And so as I moved my head into this area, I knew it was moving into one of these other emanations coming out of God, dealing with humility and compassion were the main two words that were present in that frequency as I started to move into it. And I'm like, humility and compassion. Well, if I look at myself over the years, I can't say I've really talked a lot about humility and compassion as much as I know I've given a reference, but I've always looked to Jim as more of that example for me of that demonstration of the humility and compassion, because literally, ever since I've been around him, that's been like some of the hallmarks of, I guess, his presence in that way. And it's one of the things that's always attracted to me to him in understanding more of that, of beginning to awaken more to that, as well as, of course, the spiritual qualities of being able to see, to hear, as many of us will often pursue spirit, thinking that maybe in the beginning it's more of a psychic process of where we attempt to become more clairvoyant, to be seen through the single eye, the spiritual eye, or to be clairaudient, to be able to hear spirit, the voices, the sounds, to have those conversations that maybe sometimes we do, or sometimes we just wish we would, but we think that that's what spiritual is. And granted, that's an element of spirituality, but it's not necessarily truly spiritual in the sense that to be psychic or clairvoyant, clairaudient doesn't automatically mean it's going to be the spiritual essence that we tap into, but rather an essence of maybe the imagination, the emotions, or the mind. And that's a lot of the time where we'll find ourselves getting confused. And in that confusion, we think that that's spirit. So because it is something beyond our physicality, we automatically label it as spiritual, not understanding all these other elements of what we'll often call our own inner kingdom, dealing with our own thoughts, feelings, imagination, and all, but also the outer kingdom, or these spiritual realms from which all those different things reflect, because we have the macrocosm, or the cosmology of the outer kingdom, and we have the inner kingdom, which is more the chakras, our own inner thoughts, feelings, imaginations. So there's different things to be aware of, that as we walk the spiritual journey, it is multiple elements, if you will, that we need to look at, both personally, internally, as well as what in a way I could call externally, or these outer kingdoms. But they all merge together within ourselves. Okay? That's why to really move now into the outer kingdom, we need to move first to our inner kingdom. And obviously that first starting point is here at the seat of the soul that we talk about here in ILM. I know a lot of other places call it the third eye, the mind's eye. That gives you an idea right there where a lot of the focus, when people call it the mind's eye or the third eye or the psychic doorway, it is a beginning point. But from this point, we can begin to look in the world, or out into the psychic levels, or from the higher place into spirit, the spiritual realms, the soul of who we are in the spiritual aspects, like I'm talking about those different qualities of God. And it is that higher pathway, this highest aspect, that we really want to focus on if we want to walk this path of sound and light, if we want to walk this journey of soul transcendence, this soul liberation, of really returning back into God in the truest, highest aspects. And it is from that place, that which we call the Holy Spirit, or that emanation of God's light and sound of loving, comes from, and comes through all the different levels of the psychic energies and right into the physical. And it meets us right here at the seat of the soul. And right where it meets us is where we often see it as like a purple light. We don't know if you see my hand moving here, like, we don't know if it's kind of coming or going, but we can see it as often a purple light, or sometimes golden white, even the blue. And we'll be aware of that presence, this presence of peace and stillness. And all we have to do is be present and move into that peace and stillness. And from that point is where we begin to now awaken. But there's a lot going on to even get to that point, to come to a place of peace and stillness. And that is ever where the journey is, okay? Notice I'm doing this now. So we have a journey often called climbing inner mountain, or the inner pyramid. You can see my hands. We come to this point as the capstone, or the peak, and that is this place here at the seat of the soul. And then it expands everything below, so pyramid to the base, like into the world. But also when we come to this point is also the place of peace and stillness. And it is the doorway now, as we have journeyed up through our inner kingdom and through the world, climbed the inner mountain, reached the top of the pyramid, the capstone, become aware of self, and then as we look up, becoming aware of soul. And then as we do, as we move through this point, it then begins to open up the other way. And now it begins to expand spiritually. But we have to come to that point, and that is the journey that we speak of initiation in the sacred name, of moving through the astral, the causal, the mental, and the etheric realms to come to the soul level. And then when we come to the soul level, not only here at the seat of the soul in the body, but truly the soul level in the outer kingdom. So as we both come here inwardly and we meet that outwardly, there is this point of which we awaken to the truth of who we are, that child of God. And it is that point that is the end of this journey of moving from the world and this physical psychic focus. And we begin now the real journey spiritually into the spiritual realms, that we deal now more with the qualities of God, the true living, loving essence of God in all that God is. There's no karma there. There's no lessons as we've been learning now, moving through this of the world of the physical, astral, causal, mental, etheric, to come to here. And all this other is the work that we've been doing for all those years. And all the years in ILM, I know many of you have been around here quite a while. And that what we call the inner kingdom work or the self-study, a lot of the focus when we do the loving, accepting, forgiving, taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. That's what that's all about. Because we as soul here, as children of God, have come into this creation to learn about taking personal responsibility. Because as we do that, we are learning to become co-creators. First, we learn about our own creativity, and we create positive and negative. We create good and bad, whereas this world is good and evil. So we create all that. But as we begin now the inner journey back home, that journey now is one of where we take responsibility for all of our creations. And in that taking responsibility is where we are literally collecting all that we've created, all the elements, all the pieces, all the sparks of the life force we've put into it. That as we've created, we've literally put that essence of our loving into those things to give them life. And that's how we create. So after we've created enough, whether we create a mess or something bad, or whether we've created something good, and however you look at it, and no matter what, at some point, there's a time where we'll begin collecting all that and start to bring it back in and up. Okay, there's a cycle that we go through. I'm going to cover a lot today, just to let you know. Don't worry, I didn't worry about what I started with. I'll be circling back around to that in case you're wondering. There's a lot here in this journey. So the cycle that we go through, where we begin to collect ourselves in and up. This happens on every level. We start at the base, at our physical level, then we move on up, even the chakra of the creative there, the reproductive, and that's more the astral. And then we move up to the solar plexus, and we start dealing more with the emotions, and then we move up even here to the heart, and we're dealing with the mind. So we move up into the throat, and we're dealing with the unconscious. See how I keep doing this? It's a cycle. In and up, where we're collecting through each of these levels personally, through each of the realms externally. We bring it all inside. We're collecting ourselves in and up until eventually we've collected enough as we've journeyed now up within ourselves and have come now to the point here at the seat of the soul through this process of collecting. And the same thing is happening on the outer realms. In that journey here, now here's something I want to really point out. A lot of this inner kingdom journey and work is what you see a lot of people doing in the world today. There's a lot of people sharing about mindset, heart set, loving focus, personal responsibility. There's a lot of wonderful things going on in the world today. and we see it and hear it. And many of us are probably involved in a lot of other things besides what you're doing here in ILM, because there's a lot of good things. This is all helping us learn and teaching us about this whole action I'm speaking of, personal responsibility. Because that's, in a sense, the age we're moving into, this frequency of change for a new millennia or the new age, whatever you want to call it. It is one of individual and personal responsibility. And there's a level of now this bringing us in and up that we're collecting these things and we're becoming more aware of self. To thine own self be true, know thyself. And that's the journey that's happening in the world right now, and will keep happening more and more as the old ways drop away and the new way starts to unfold more. This is the process by which that's happening. That's why we're seeing so much in the world about this. But that journey will bring us to a wonderful place often referred to as the heart. It'll bring us up here into the heart, which will bring us basically to the top of the mind. So the heart level here is actually the mental level in the external realms. Physical, astral, causal, mental, through the chakras, physical, astral, causal, mental. Because it is that point where we come to know ourselves. At the top of this physical creation, the top of the mind is reflected also in the heart here in the body. It's a place where we become into self-realization and where we become to know those origin points. Where like a seed of thought, the seed of karma comes from, okay? Now the challenge is that this journey we often do ourselves. It is not one that we necessarily have to have external assistance with, although, of course, how else are we going to know about it if somebody doesn't inform us, right, or make us aware? So, of course, there's always some type of assistance or mentorship. That's why all the books, all the authors, all the people, all the classes, all the programs, even like what we're doing in ILM, we offer that. It's helping us to come to that first place of soul realization, to that heart center. Because as we wake up to that by taking personal responsibility, it begin in that collecting ourselves through all these levels. Well, as we now begin to collect to ourselves or take responsibility for all of our thoughts, all of our feelings, all of our actions and reactions, that collecting is literally collecting back to ourselves all the loving that we have put into creation. So we may look at it or label it as, oh, it's all my thoughts, it's all my feelings, my imaginations of all the things I've created in my life, whether physical or just internally, my belief systems, my perspectives, my, the emotional responses, my fantasies of things. We'll often get caught up in the images and label them that way, not realizing that none of that would exist without the loving essence of who we are, feeding those thoughts, feeding those emotions, feeding those fantasies and imagination. It is that light of our loving that gives life to these things, and it animates them. When it animates that and gives it life, we can see our imagination. That's why visualization, right? Visual eyes. Imagination, visualization, to try to bring it into manifestation. It's making sense? Co-creation. That's a lot of the focus in the world, these mindset things. And they can be very powerful. Affirmations. Creating the treasure maps, the belief systems. Change your thinking, change your reality. Manifest, I don't care what you call it, it's a lot of it out there now. Okay, and it's all good stuff, because by doing this, it is helping us to learn about taking responsibility and learn how we are creators. And we will create good and bad. And that's a whole nother talk in itself that I may tap into today, we'll see. So there's this journey of all this. But all that journey is all about the purpose of why we as a soul are here in this physical kingdom. so that we can begin to really learn to be creators. And as we learn to be creators here through everything we create, positive, negative, and as we're collecting that to ourselves, well, it is the collecting to ourselves our loving that we use to create or manifest all these, that as it comes back, all the images we will see as they come up, we will confront them, we will look at them. That is where the learning takes place. Now, that first part of confrontation and learning, we'll see the images, the fantasies, the physical circumstances, our emotions. We'll look at our emotions, how we feel. We'll look at our thoughts and belief systems, what we think about things. We'll look at them in our awareness. Sometimes that awareness isn't necessarily visually seen, but maybe like an inner knowing. You just know. Intuition. Feelings. We know those feelings. Or if we are visual, that's where we'll see. That's what clairvoyance is, by the way. Clear seeing. Okay? So as we see these things, that's now where we can say, oh, I take responsibility for you. I see now the lesson. I'm aware of what I'm learning here. And so in that seeing, we acknowledge that. That confrontation is necessary for the fulfillment of the soul's journey, because to be a creator, we need to learn, right? So to learn, we've got to look at, we've got to have a knowing of what it is we created, but then even how we created it. And that's what happens when it comes back to us. So this collecting, the coming back, is where that learning takes place. And that's where we get fulfilled. That's where now we see, we go, oh my God, I understand now. I understand. Right? So that understanding is a fulfillment. It's a completion of the learning. And when that happens, we acknowledge it. It comes into our awareness. And in that awareness, we accept it. If we don't accept it, it ain't going to happen, by the way. There are key elements here. Awareness is always number one. All of our karma is run unconsciously. We don't know what our karmas are. When it's unconscious and we don't know, it means we haven't learned it, right? That's called ignorance. That's called unknowing. It's what everybody's doing here. Jim and I still have levels of ignorance and unknowing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. All of us do. But as this comes up out of the unconscious, it comes to our awareness. So we become consciously aware. And in that awareness now, we go, oh, let me look at that inside of myself. So what was I just starting with, telling you guys? When I was aware spiritually, moving into this other element or quality, with humility and compassion, that was me beginning to become aware and have a knowing of what that is. So here I am looking at it, okay? But it takes time. We can look at it and say, oh, there it is. But what about all these pages? Like you've got to report, you've got to study, you've got to look at this thing and understand what's all in there in order to get the understanding right. Like if you go to school, you've got homework, you've got to do a book report, you've got to read the book right in order to report on it. It's kind of like that. Well, here's a book title, here's what it's about, but to have the understanding, we need to go through the book. Well, that's how life is. So life can present us, well, here's the title. For me, like I just said, I stuck my head in there. That was like looking at the front of the book saying, oh, humility and compassion. That's the title of the book I'm going to read now. Okay. Well, then reading that book, just like in school, takes time. But just because we read a book doesn't mean we understand it. I mean, God, I remember in school, I'd have to read and reread and try to memorize just to get the words. But sometimes I could do that, but I wouldn't necessarily understand what that is. Well, see, that's where we got to watch this in life. Because in life's lessons, life learning, you can't just read it and understand. How many times I used to do this? How many of you have gone to psychics wanting a spiritual reading? They want you to read your aura. They want you to read the Akashic records. You want them to read like your past, your present, your future. So if they can give you a spiritual reading, somehow that's going to help you know. So then you can understand how to take care of your life or heal or do whatever, right? That's what I used to do. And then I'd get these readings and stuff. I go, well, great, here's the information. And I got the information, I'd get all excited about it. And then I'm like, wow, I just read the book. I don't understand this though. I have no practical experience, in other words. Because you see, it takes experience to have understanding. So you've read the book, but unless you now live the book, unless you put it to practice, unless you have experience with it, there's no real learning or understanding. Hence the difference between intellectual and spiritual, or intellectual and experiential. So important to pay attention to. I see so many people get in these mindsets. They get it memorized. You get their prayers and affirmations and their manifestation, goals and visualizations, and they get in a mindset, which is great. But it's like reading a book and now taking those words and somehow putting them forward, thinking that's going to do it for you. Not realizing that's just information. Well, then people say, well, you got to bring in all your emotions and empower those words, your energy and motion, emotion. So I'm going to empower those words, those thoughts, those belief systems, that mindset now with my emotions. So I'll put my mind and emotions together to really now create that which I want to manifest. And then I'm going to bring in my imagination and visualize it and look at it and all the details so that I can take the mind and emotions and take all that energy now and through the visualization of the imagination now begin to force it into manifestation. I used to do all this stuff. Come on. And then when I'd be upset, I'm like, why isn't it happening? Why is it not working the way I'm doing all this over and over and feeding it and energizing it? It's like witchcraft, right? We're trying to cast a few spells. Well, if I could just spell it right, maybe that's it. Maybe I need to work on my grammar. I'm not spelling it right. Yes, that's where some of witchcraft comes from, casting a spell, literally words, the power of words. That's a whole other fun one, right? Throw out a few things out there today for you guys to think about, look at. And what have you heard me say though? There's no power in words. The power is in us. The soul is the power. We give our power to words. We give our power to anything. We give our power to thoughts, our power to feelings, our power to imagination, our power to the body to give it life. Without the soul, there's no life. There's no power. That's why we always focus to the soul as the source, not only of unconditional loving, but to the source of life and power to everything that we manifest, create, experience in this physical creation, let alone spiritual. Okay? All right, so we're busy spelling, we're busy reading our book to get the understanding. So we've got it, we've read the book, we have an intellectual concept. We may intellectually understand it. But now we've got to do something to now have experience. So we can take all that and do all the casting the spells and the affirmations and empowering to manifest. But now we need to follow through with all of that. Okay? It is that following through with all that that fulfills this action, not just of manifestation, but of creation. This is our creativity in action that we, the soul, are learning to create through our thoughts, feelings, imagination, and physical actions. So the physical level is the fulfillment through our actions of all these thoughts and feelings and fantasies. That it is that action. Now we have to put it into motion and have experience. Right? So you can read the book on how to create $1 million. All right, I read the book, I got the idea. So to create $1 million, I need to go do these certain things, set this up, and then do this. And then as I do that, then out of that, the $1 million will come, right? Well, that's the practical steps. That's called go get a job, go start a business, go play the lotto, go gamble, go do whatever it is you're trying to create the $1 million from. Multiple ways to do it. Go steal it from a bank, right? But is that really creating? No, I think that's just taking. So we'll leave that one out. We'll leave the lying, thievery, and all that other stuff out of this conversation. There's the good and the evil, the good and the bad, and that's part of learning too. But again, like I said, that's another talk that maybe we'll tap into today. We'll see. We're talking about creation, creativity right now, not trying to bypass creativity. And there's a good point right there. We are here to learn to create. So if we don't take the steps and follow through with actions to actually create, we're not going to learn. That's the whole point of this exercise called incarnation into the physical creation. That's the whole point of it. To learn that we are creators. So we've got to create. But we've got to do it through every level, from the soul, now moving its loving, through the unconscious, through the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body. Okay, we've got to bring it down through every level. It's our loving that creates all of this, not our thoughts. Our thoughts don't create shit. Well, they can create that. Same thing with the emotions, imagination, and body. It's the soul that creates. And it does it through all of these mechanisms of this multi-dimensional vehicle that we happen to be embodied in. One of the blessings, by the way, of being incarnated in a physical body, it is a multi-level, multi-dimensional vehicle by which we can now, as a soul, utilize to holistically, wholly move that creativity through every level into manifestation physically, to put it out for us to now look at and then return back to ourselves. Right? So if we take the idea of what I said, like somebody reading a book on how to create $1 million, well, what do? So they read this, they put it into action, take the physical actions, and those physical actions are the follow through to not only physically manifest it, but to have the experience, the practical, ordinary, normal, day-to-day, boring, physical experience. That's the part everybody wants to avoid. If we can't avoid it, if we really want to follow through and fulfill our lessons. So we put it into motion, physical creation, and then at some point, hey, maybe right away, maybe months, maybe years, out of all the practical action steps physically we take, $1 million shows up because we do everything properly. And what do I mean by that? Well, we're going to do all kinds of things to see what doesn't work and what does work. And then when we discover what does work, that's to me what I'm saying by proper, by doing that which way works so that it actually happens, that which we're trying to create. So what happens? We go out there, we create the $1 million, and what? Now we have to receive that $1 million. That receiving is the fulfillment. So we go out and create, right? So we manifest, and now we've got to bring it back and receive it. That's the fulfillment. So when it comes back, physically, wow, there's $1 million in my checking account now. All right. I just received that money. And now inside of me, what goes with that? Well, all the thoughts, all the feelings, all the fantasies, all the physical actions that I put into this, now in that receiving are fulfilled. So it comes back to me. And so as I see that $1 million in my bank account, now I'm like, whoa. So now that I'm looking at it, confronting it, okay, remember I started awareness, acceptance, and then look, right? We're looking at it now. So the inner and the outer, I'm trying to tie all this together. So now, wow, there's $1 million in my bank account. Now, what happens? We'll have all kinds of thoughts and emotions stirring in us. And then all of the fantasies about the possibilities. What can we do now? Right? So as we're looking, all these thoughts, feelings, imaginations are stirring within us. But if we're willing to give it some time and let all that stirring take place and just be open to it, to receive all of that as well as that which we have been trying to create physically or manifest. So we let all that. So it's the looking and observing, not only the physical now, but then all this inner inside of us because of all that we've put into motion, all of our thoughts and feelings, all of our experience is now being gathered here because all of that experience of doing all this, say it takes 2 to 3 years. That happens. And so those 2 to 3 years of now experience are coming back for a fulfillment. And as we look at all that, we go, oh my God, I understand. I understand how to be a creator. I understand by taking in the information. Remember, it started with reading a book, How to Manifest $1 Million, How to Create $1 Million. Started with thoughts, right? Then we had those thoughts of how to create $1 million, and then we have to get that belief system or mindset. I can, I will, right? There's affirmations. I am a millionaire. And then you get the emotions in there. Yes, I am. Then you go, oh, what does that look like? Let me visualize that $1 million. Okay, now let me take that information from the mind and all this energy and the visualization, put into physical, practical, experiential actions. Keep doing it. 2 to 3 years, right? Just for this one thing. But in that one thing or one focus, all these other things are going on. And that's where the learning is. That is the practical, experiential learning. That is the only way we will come into understanding. Okay? So now that comes back, we're looking at it. We go, oh my God, I get this. That book I read, I understood the words, but now I understand everything else that comes with it through my experience, because my experience, I had all these thoughts, all these emotions, all these fantasies, all these physical experiences for the last 2 to 3 years in this process of creating and manifesting $1 million. And now that I've done it and it's all coming back, oh my God, I have this whole amazing experiential understanding from everything I've gone through that started with the book or a thought or a belief system. One thought started with a thought, millionaire, $1 million, right? Okay, that's how this works. This is, again, the practicality, or as I like to say, the practical science of spiritual creativity. How about that? So as it comes back, so we had our awareness, we now accept that which we've created and all of our experience along the way. And then in that acceptance, we acknowledge. That acknowledgement now is the true accepting. Remember the taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions? Well, the other way I like to say it is accepting responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. It is when we accept responsibility for all of that is when it is fulfilled. Karma done, karma complete, karma cleared. It is that process of accepting it through acknowledging now that all the loving that we put into all those thoughts, feelings, imagination, and physical actions, that took all of this loving of our soul now moving that loving through creativity to create this, now has come back to us. And all that we had attached to the loving, all the thoughts, feelings, imaginations, and physical experience we had attached to our loving, is now there for us to accept back to ourselves and to declare it done, fulfilled. Literally by saying, I understand. I understand now. And it is that fulfillment in that understanding that sets us free. How does it set us free? Well, we created all this. And in our creation, we've attached ourselves to all that we've created. Our thoughts, our feelings, our imagination, and physical experience. Well, I'm attached to that $1 million now. That's right. That attachment is what holds us here. But that attachment is important for our learning. But the day we can let go is the day it's fulfilled. So we have LAF, right? Loving, accepting, forgiving. Well, forgiving is a way to let go, to fulfill it, to free ourselves. But I don't want to let go of that $1 million. Why not? It served its purpose. That was the end goal, right? It served its purpose because with that goal of $1 million, now you took all that and you allowed yourself to experience what it really takes to be creative, to create and manifest. But letting go doesn't mean you just have to give it away. Letting go often is just now the inner of letting go of our attachment to it. I hope you guys are hearing me. This is why I'm doing these pauses to let it sink in. It's the attachment to it is what we want to forgive or let go of. It served its purpose. Don't hang on and become petty. That attachment now can work against you. Now that you understand how to do this, it's called, okay, let go of the attachment. Let this now fulfill by bringing it in your understanding. But let that understanding now serve you in the fulfillment where the loving that you put into it that created it is fulfilled. So now that loving can come back to you and be restored within you, within the soul. That is freedom. So as you let go of the attachment, what that is saying is you are now letting go of all the loving you've put into it so the loving can be returned to you. Why do you think spiritual groups and teachers say you need to be detached? But they don't necessarily talk about like what I'm trying to share today of how you do that. You don't just be detached. Detachment comes through the fulfillment of the lessons, and the lessons are all about you learning to be a creator. That's why the soul's here. God gave us this kingdom to learn to create, because as we learn to create here, then in that now taking responsibility to create and now fulfilling how to do that, the learning, and we have the understanding. It's in that understanding that's a fulfillment so that we can now let go of our physical attachment to that which we've created, good or bad, whether it's $1 million or $1 million of debt, right? Could be that, $1 million in debt or $1 million in savings, whatever. It's the attachment to either one, positive or negative, we want to let go of because it's fulfilled. Well, guess what? $1 million of debt is also a learning. And then when we let go of it, it can be a fulfillment as well. The reflection, the positive, negative reflection, and bring it back to oneness. And that's what we're doing here. Is learning through the positive, negative, the yin and the yang, the light and the dark, all of that stuff, to bring it back to center, to wholeness. So in that understanding, that fulfillment now, in that it releases us what? So that when the time comes for us to return back to the spiritual kingdom, the spiritual realms in God's kingdom, that is where we can now be a co-creator with God. A co-creator with God. Everybody talks about that, don't they? You hear it all the time. To be a co-creator with God. Well, I just described how that takes place. And we do it over and over and over. Most of the time unconsciously. It is when we're ready and willing to be conscious that we will pay more attention and be conscientious. And it is through that that we begin to become aware and awake. That aware and awake to our creatorship is what it takes to fulfill the spiritual journey. That's why you'll hear things like, yes, about detachment, but you also hear about spiritual awareness, spiritual awakening, awaken aware. That's what we talk about when we say meditation, right? Meditation helps us to awaken. Self-study, well, there we go. Self-study brings us to that awareness, the personal awareness, whether spiritual or self, in service, to put into motion now that which we've learned, to take our experience and be able to share our experience in service to others. Because once we fulfill and have that wisdom now that comes out of our experiential learning, well, now we have that to be able to share with others to assist them on their journey of coming into that awakefulness and awareness and to learn for themselves just as you have learned. You now have that to share. In other words, to be of service to others, to serve others, to share of your wisdom, of your experience. Because when you share from that, what are you sharing? You are sharing your loving. And your sharing of your loving on this level can sound like you're sharing the wisdom of your experience through information, through the feelings, through the imagination, through the physical actions. But it's all a movement of your loving, and that's the real service. Not the actions, but the loving that is moving through the actions. That's the greater service. But it still takes an action to open the door for that service to take place. That is why it is so important to take action. Not only to have your personal experience, as I just described, to learn to be a creator so that eventually we can be a co-creator with God, but now in that there's this action of service, to be of service to assist others to learn how to fulfill themselves by learning about their creativity, so they can also gain that understanding. And that is only done inside. That understanding is only an internal process. Yeah, you can have all these physical things like books to read, people to listen to learn how to do this. But you can go through the motions and have understanding or not. You can do it ignorantly. Like unconsciously just doing stuff, not paying attention. It's what a lot of people do. Those are often the people we look at that don't seem happy in life. They've gone numb, indifferent, don't care anymore, depressed, whatever. That's part of what happens. But as we begin to become more conscious, now we bring life into all this. Because we are that life that is conscious, that wakes things up by just giving it our attention. And eventually we realize in that focus, we'll automatically begin to pull right back. Literally, it's like a magnet. If we pay attention, it'll pull us right back to the source from which our awareness comes in all that we're looking at, all that we're doing, all that we're manifesting. Okay? Now I'm going to continue on, picking up where I left off a little while ago. So we have awareness, then we have acceptance, where we truly acknowledge and accept all of this. Then we have that action of now the fulfillment of letting go. It's like LAF, loving awareness, acceptance, and forgiveness. So literally these 3 steps. And then there's a completion. And then that next step, as I said, there's service. But now there's also more to do or learn. So in this case, I said it took the $1 million, right? Well now, yeah, you could give it away. Lesson learned, done. You can utilize it and more in your own life. And you can take it and now utilize it to now, okay, what's my next venture? What's my next level of creativity? What is the next learning for me? What is the next thing I want to put into motion through my actions? And that's when we go to the psychics, like, right, tell me what's next. Okay, what job, what money, what relationship, what career, what? But eventually we go, you know what? I've been hearing it all this time. It's all inside of me. I've done this enough now. I've fulfilled enough. I've got a level of experience, a level of wisdom and understanding through it all. Let me now start to go inside myself to find my own answers, instead of looking to others to tell me the answers. Instead of the psychics telling me, my parents telling me, my school teachers telling me, my friends telling me, let me now look inside of myself to see what it is I really want. Everybody else has told me what they want or what they think I want, But let me now start to look inside to see what I really want. What's important to me? What is my inner knowing? And this begins the next step of the journey. And this step is one that will not take place until the soul is really ready now to begin the inner journey to the next level. And if you pay attention, if you've been doing this in ILM a while, you'll see a lot of people literally get to the level that I just described. They'll come up right to the top of the mind, be very intelligent, very smart people, amazing manifestors, creators, just incredible things in the world they can do, doing wonderful actions of outer service. But yet it seems to stop there. There's a level of personal mastery, but yet it doesn't seem to go beyond that. Well, that next step, that which is beyond all that, that is a whole different kind of journey. And that is the journey we're doing here in Inner Light Ministries. That journey is only for those that are really ready for that next step. Because when that time comes, and we will experience that inner pull, that literally will feel this pull inside, as I was just saying a moment ago. But we have to pay attention to that. When it happened for me back in 1988, I couldn't stop it. It was so strong. I was just finishing up college, doing some other work, wondering what the heck I'm going to do now with my life. So I was in a major transition when this started for me. But it was a strong inner pull that I couldn't miss it. And I had to pursue it. When it is that inner pull or inner call that we just can't stop ourselves from pursuing, from wanting to know, the curiosity. Like, okay, I get it, all this outer stuff. I get it, all my thoughts, feelings, and how I'm a creator. But what is this other thing, this other pull? There's something more. I feel incomplete. That's that next step, the journey. But what a lot of people will do is they'll automatically turn around and look at everything in the world, trying to figure it out. Go read the next book, go listen to the next person. Because they've conditioned themselves. I should say we, because that's what we've all done. We've conditioned ourselves to automatically keep looking outside, what's next, what's next. Rather than realizing, oh my God, what's next is not necessarily outside, but rather inside. And it is that point that we've got to come to. And then be willing to now step beyond what we know, what we understand. You've heard the phrase, the peace that surpasses understanding? That's what I'm talking about. There is a peace that surpasses even the understanding and fulfillment just described. That peace that surpasses that understanding is a peace that's beyond the mind, beyond all this self-fulfillment, self-creativity, learning and knowing you're a creator. Even that level of self-mastery with all this, that there's quite a few people on this planet today demonstrating that quite well. But even they don't realize this other step. And it'll, again, only when our soul is ready, our soul will pull us in our awareness, in our consciousness here. It'll begin to pull us in and up, because that is that inner call where the soul is now, it's time to return home. We're fulfilling our lessons here now. We're fulfilling what we've learned to do here, why we're here. We're fulfilling how that learning to be a creator. And now it's time to return back to where we've come from, So it begins to pull us in and up. And we'll feel it. I remember when I was reading books, after this started for me, I'd start to read books on spirit or meditation. And man, I'd be reading and I'd feel that pull in and up. And I'd get so sleepy, I'd literally start to just fall asleep, read the book or listening to a talk. And that inner pull would just take me. And if I was lucky, I'd have some kind of inner experience, or I'd go into a dream. And in that dream would be some level of spiritual awareness or awakening. But that's the soul beginning to awaken now, to pull us awake. Where we in our own consciousness have come all the way up, even to the eyes, but we're still seeing the duality, everything in the world, our learning here. But when that inner pull happens, right, we go, it pulls us in and up. So you'll feel it, all of it here, very expansive. But at the same time, if you pay attention, you'll also realize there's a point. In this point, this round door, the spiritual eye, that point is the focal point by which this is taking place, because this is where the soul comes into the physical body, into the whole physical creation. So as it collects itself and pulls, you're going to feel it all around us, but eventually you'll feel and you'll realize, wow, all this energy all around me, it's focalized to this point where it starts to pull now. It's kind of all around pulling up, but as we pay attention to it and just watch and come to that place of stillness, like today in our meditation, and if we just relax, we'll realize, oh my God, this is pulling me right here. You don't have to try to focus at the seat of the soul like we recommend. If you become still enough and just observe, it of itself will pull you to that origin point. And that's what we want to do, whether we direct ourselves or just allow it, because eventually we want it to direct us. But we've got to allow ourselves within our own mind, emotions, imagination, body, allow ourselves to relax, to surrender, to let go, so that it can pull us to that point. We've got to be willing to let go of all those attachments and things we focus on in our thoughts and feelings and imagination and in the world. And so as we do that, then it can pull us there in our attention, our awareness. And then we come still. We become peaceful. Peace, be still. And it is that point where now, if we're willing to look up, in other words, look up above the eyebrows, look up above the eyes, above duality that these eyes and ears represent. That's why there's two. Look up above that, where this point is, the single. That is the oneness, the single eye of the soul. When we're willing to look up is when we'll begin now the spiritual journey. And it is at that point when we are willing to do that. And when we look up, when that time is, when we make that choice, is when the Holy Spirit will be right there to meet us. Because we've got to first come to our soul. The Holy Spirit is always here with everybody, just patiently, humbly waiting, not imposing. Waiting till we come to this point and are willing to look up and now beginning to look out. Well, what's funny is we had to first come in and up So we had to go into ourselves, into the cave, into our inner kingdom, do all this inner work, everything we've talked about, LAF, taking responsibility, everything we just did, we had to do all that work to come to the top of the mountain, to come to this point, the entrance of the cave. And right there, when we finally come to this point and are willing now to look out this cave opening, there's the Holy Spirit right there, just there, present, waiting, patient, loving. And that Holy Spirit will often look as a purple light. You may see it when you're ready to walk a pathway like this, like the inner teacher, the spiritual teacher. It may look like their physical form. Could be the white light of God directly. Could be just a loving presence that you just feel or know. But it is at that point in there where the Holy Spirit meets us. That point is where we now get to make a new choice. And we can choose there to now begin a new journey, a true spiritual journey. Not this other journey I talked about of self-realization, what everybody's doing. This is, I hate to say it, but this is what all the yogas, all the transcendental meditations, all the different self-awakening, self-awareness, self-realization, all these things that are doing wonderful work. They're bringing you not even necessarily to that point. Some of them can bring you to that point. But when they do, when you do, is when you have the choice now to either keep doing all this other work or you're willing to now make a new choice. And this is not an easy choice because this is the choice that challenges the ego. Our self here, not the true self, not the soul, the self that is the ego, that is made up of the mind and the emotions, imagination and body, this self. Because to make this choice, to choose the soul, and the soul now going beyond all of self here, is a big, big challenge to the ego. Because the ego, in order to make this choice, when we choose the soul of who we are and choose to now awaken to the soul and the soul's journey home to God, well, that begins to empower the soul now and really fulfill everything the soul has come here to do, to learn, as I just described, to be a creator. But then the ego has to be willing to now bow down, surrender, let go. And that is one of the hardest things for the ego to do. Because in order to do that, it takes a great humility to realize there's something greater than the ego self. Most people can't do that. The ego is usually too proud. Whether it's too proud because it's egotistical or it's too proud because it's, I don't know what they'd call, unworthy. We can be too proud in our unworthiness as well as too proud and are too full of ourselves. Either way, that's the struggle and the battle we'll go through, that we have to eventually face and be willing to let go of to now begin this journey. Because when we're willing to do that and truly let go, that's the beginning of the soul being set free. But just the beginning. You could call it spiritual freedom. But at that point now, the soul needs assistance to do the journey. The soul had the assistance of the ego and everything of the world that supported the ego to do this journey. But to do this spiritual journey now, it's a whole different process, a whole different way than this down and out, now in and up. It's a whole different way. And that humility that it takes to be willing to surrender and give up, that self-importance, that self-centeredness, because that's what it is. If you noticed, a lot of the other groups, if you've been attending, they'll say all the right words of taking care of yourself, self-care, self-mastery, self-creativity, self-manifestation, self. If you ever notice, it's self, 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 self. A little self-centered. And that's where we ever have to be watchful that if we become too self-centered, we make ourselves more important than God. Well, a lot of people say, well, I need to make myself more important because I've always given myself away to everybody else. I've made everybody else or all those other selves more important than myself. That's not what I'm talking about. That process we need to go through and make ourselves first to take care of ourselves. We've got to become self-focused. That's what self-study is about, by the way. Meditation, self-study, service. Self-study is now about coming back to self by taking responsibility. Personal responsibility is self-care. That's a healthy, good now, self-focused. That's not self-centered, egotistical. That is the first step of empowering ourselves to bring us up to this point. But it's when we now come to that place, do we make the choice to now recycle back on ourselves and go back on the down and out and keep feeding now this self? That's what I mean by self-centered, because then it's all about ourselves. And unfortunately, even when we've done good things to empower ourselves, that's where we can become now egotistical. And that's what I see a lot of people do, unfortunately. But that's everything we're all going to go through. We all need to look at that and realize what we're doing. This is part of the self-awareness, self-study, learning. Because at some point, if we do that, we'll start to get feedback from our universe letting us know. Often it's other people making all kinds of comments and feedback that we become a little bit too engrossed in ourselves, as well as we may have certain situations, circumstances in our life now creating the experiences that are kind of demonstrating we've gotten too caught up in ourselves. We need to pay attention to all that. This physical universe is here to reflect to us, to assist us to become aware of self. So let it serve its purpose to do that. It's here to assist us in that process. And then when we come to that point, though, and when we make the choice, because eventually every single soul here will make that choice, eventually. When we come to this point, when we've had enough of all the self-centered and all the other selves and all that good stuff, we've learned to create good and then we've learned to create bad. When we've had enough of it all, we'll come back here and say, okay, I'm tired, I've had enough, I'm broken, I'm a mess, I don't care anymore. I am ready to lay it all down and surrender. And that's usually the place we'll come to. And that's okay. That's a blessing because we'll finally let it go. So then we make that choice. It's like, okay, God, I'm ready. And we begin that journey. Well, as soon as we're ready, boom, God's right there. Through that action of the Holy Spirit, God will bring to us that which we need. Well, God's been bringing to us that which we've needed all along. But now God's going to bring to us that which we need for this part of the journey now, beyond self, and now stepping out into the soul, beyond self or selves, into the soul self, the one's true self. But that action now is the beginning where we begin to now take all that we've learned of how to be a creator and now begin the process of now moving into co-creation with God. But to do that, we have to surrender to God. First, we have to surrender the ego self, but that ego self in that surrendering is now surrendering to God. But that first God we surrender to is our own soul. That is God in expression. But that soul is individualized God in expression, also will now awaken to the God that is in all. So as we bow down to the soul that we are, release the ego, move in and choose the soul first. So instead of taking care of yourself, maybe it's called taking care of your soul. So that's why we want to do meditation first, of taking care of soul self. Rather than going and doing something else, we put meditation first. That's taking care of soul and then self, all right? But God first. God first is starting with the soul. But then we open up to God. In that action of God's living word, that light and sound of God's loving will meet us right here where the soul is at in the body, to see the soul here. That's why the spiritual teacher, the Holy Spirit, the purple light will show up, meet us right out here. That's why we'll see it. We'll see that light moving. We'll feel the peace, the presence, the loving, that warmth. And then we can make the choice to let go of the ego self and now let God. But to let God, we've got to be willing to step out. We've got to step out, or at the very least reach out so that God can take our hand and now lift us. And then we have to step out so God can lift us. In other words, we can't keep a foot stuck in the door, because God can pull us, but if we're holding on to the foot stuck in the door, God's going, okay, I've got eternity. God's very patient in eternity. But are we humble enough to be willing to let go and surrender to God? To let God now do God's part. And that's the spiritual journey. That is the real spiritual journey now. That we need to allow ourselves to walk, to fly, to move on this path. And we've got to be open, humble enough, vulnerable enough to allow that assistance that God is giving us. And often God will do it for us. But you see how we had to do for ourselves first. And in doing for ourselves first, it fulfills us to bring us to the point so now God can do with us and for us. And this is letting God do that now. The challenge is we've learned so much to do for ourselves, we're now in a way letting go, or now learning how to let God, rather than we just doing on our own self. And that takes time. That takes time to, I don't want to say unlearn everything we've done, no, because that learning is there to serve you and how to be a creator. But it takes time to let go of how we learned down and out, and now how we need to learn the in and up journey. Because it's a very different process. It's really 180-degree different. Instead of do, it's more like let God do. And so as God does and God lifts us now, and as we move beyond the physical and we move through these other realms, just like we have moved ourselves physically around this world, Well, now we need to surrender and let God move us around these other worlds and other realms, the astral, causal, mental, etheric. Because God will lift us and move us through all these other realms to assist us in completing and fulfilling, just like we've been learning here in this personal self with our own individual thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. Well, God is helping us to fulfill now on these levels. As God brings us through the journey on these other levels, God will literally bring us through all these other realms to assist us even in our own personal process, let alone what we've done on these other realms. Just like we've created all this in the physical. Well, remember I said we've got all these thoughts, emotions, imagination that we've created too in order to move into physical manifestation. Well, now we've got to move through and release all those other levels to fulfill the learning. Well, that's what's happening. Just like we had to physically go through this world having all of our experiences to learn, to come in understanding, to fulfill. Well, that's what God's assisting us with on these other levels, is literally bringing us the soul through all those other realms, through the other levels. But by going through all those is just like the physical body going through this world. By having the experience we are learning and fulfilling. So as God's bringing us, the soul, through the astral, causal, mental, etheric, we are literally going through those worlds, having experience to fulfill that which is to learn on those levels. Again, just like we need a teacher here to help teach us things, but then we have to do the homework to understand. Same thing. The Holy Spirit is our spiritual teacher, teaching us how to do these other levels, how to do the spiritual action instead of the mental, emotional, imaginational, physical action. The Holy Spirit is teaching us the spiritual action, spiritual teacher, giving the information, giving the homework, helping to teach and bring along. But then we have to take responsibility and work with that. Be willing to participate, willing to engage, willing to do the homework, called the meditation, called the self-study, called the service. Those are the assignments that God gives us. And all we have to do is do it. The cool thing with God, it's a self-study course at our own timing. We can do it by ourselves or do it in a class with other people, or just do it as our ordinary day-to-day life. Got all these different ways to do the self-study course. No timeline, whenever you want, do a little here, do a little there, do a lot all at once, whatever suits you. Freedom of choice. Self-study. But you've got spiritual teachers here to help. You've got spiritual teachers on the inner levels. You have spiritual teachers on the outer levels. You have those student teachers. You have those assistants, the tutors that are here to support you. But it's still up to you to, one, want to learn, but then willing to learn by taking the action steps. And the spiritual action steps, the spiritual learning, is a little different than what we've learned physically. So if you're curious, if you're willing to learn, if you're willing to take action, if you're willing to do the going homework, that's what we're doing here. We should rename it, instead of Inner Light Ministries, even though we minister to the inner light, it is this path to sound and light. But it is, and this is why over the ages, past teachers has often called it the mystery schools. Many different schools on the inner levels. You've heard Jim even talk about the University of Melchizedek, the Academy of Wisdom. Yeah, higher learning, pun intended. True higher learning. You want your master's degree? This is the pathway. This is for those of you who have graduated high school, coming up to this level, right? All the self-mastery, but then when you're ready for higher education, in other words, the soul level and up, that's what this pathway is about. Inner Light Ministries. It's the Inner Light School of spiritual learning and understanding. But more than that, it's truly a pathway of loving. Because the real way to learn is through loving. And the ultimate, it's funny to say it this way, the ultimate lesson is complete, full, unconditional loving. That's not a lesson. To move into that is to awaken, to fulfill ourselves in the greatest degree. But that's not a karmic lesson. That's not all the other stuff I was talking about. That's not about learning to be a co-creator. That's a different action. How do you learn to be? You learn to do, but how do you learn to be? To be loving is the ultimate. That's the understanding. That is the peace that surpasses all understanding. Because there's no understanding involved in that. That beingness that is God's loving is the ultimate fulfillment. That's what everything else is leading up to. And that is what everything else, what it came out of. That's a wild thing. That's why it is the ultimate destiny, fulfillment, because out of God came all things, and we came out of God, and all those things we're going into experiencing in all of God, not just all of God's creation, all of God's expression. And then when we do that, then we begin now that journey home, back to God, and ultimately back into God, and where we truly become one again. So we go back into the beingness before any of the creation or the doingness even took place. That is really the ultimate fulfillment, destination, journey that we are doing here. The true fulfillment of the soul in the utmost degree. And that is done through this path of sound and light, the sacred name of God, the meditation, as well as practicing all the other spiritual teachings, tools, techniques. And that's what we're doing here. Now, there's a whole lot more I was actually going to share, and I could, but I won't today. I realize, I see I've actually been talking quite a while, maybe an hour and a half. So I guess I did talk for Jim and myself today. So I'm going to wrap this up here in a moment. But I just really hope there's a greater level of understanding with what I've shared today. Because I realize lately I've been trying to clarify more in more recent classes, more of the science, I guess I could say, and the difference between our personal self and the soul self. That is the true spiritual action that we're moving into and what the path to sound and light is about. Path to sound and light starts here in this journey. Everything below that is about the self, and that's the journey of self-empowerment, personal responsibility, utilizing the tools we teach of loving, accepting, forgiving, and taking responsibility for all your thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. The two go together, though. We need to fulfill the self to come to that point. We've got to climb the inner mountain. And God's loving is there with us all along, supporting that. The wonderful thing is when you move into meditation and open up on the path of sun and light, yes, that's the purple light action we talk about, but we also talk about the blue light action. That is that action of now where out of the Holy Spirit and the purple light comes the blue light to assist us on this inner kingdom walk through taking responsibility and through the loving, accepting, forgiving. So we got the purple light and the blue light working literally hand in hand to assist us in our personal fulfillment, to learn how to be a creator, and then the purple light to now really bring us back into the spiritual fulfillment, to be a co-creator with God, right? Blue light, personal fulfillment, and it is an action of the loving, the Holy Spirit, we call the Christ consciousness, which is about the soul awakening, personal fulfillment, soul awakening, Christ consciousness, to bring us to the top of the mountain. You don't get to the top of the mountain without that. And then the purple light for spiritual fulfillment and co-creatorship. If you haven't learned by now, if you've been around, I like to go into specifics like this. This is one thing Jim and I are doing this lifetime, this time around, is helping to give more direct teachings and direct clarity and understanding of what takes place, not only on this pathway, but hopefully, if you heard what I said today, a lot of what's going on and what other people are teaching. And it's all wonderful and fantastic, but don't sell yourself short and think that's the end of it all. That's just the beginning of it to get to here, to now do the spiritual fulfillment. And that's the big understanding and realization if you really want to now move back into the oneness with God and what we call soul liberation, soul transcendence. And that's about the soul and God, not about the self and the world, the mind, emotions, imagination, and body. But it's not ignoring this. It's not avoiding it. It's not any of that. It's integrating all of it together to bring it into oneness. We have to come into that oneness where we're whole and complete in ourselves in order to now move into the spiritual fulfillment for our soul to get liberated. That's why we've got to work all of it together, not one or the other, not either or, but all of it. Kind of a little joke I have once in a while when I'm with people, where there could be a simple, like, say you're at a restaurant and you're trying to figure out what you want on the menu, or you're at a store trying to compare two different things you want. And most of us will go, well, gosh, should I get this or should I get that? Do I want to eat this? Do I want to eat that? Do I want this pair of socks or that pair of socks? Right? We're doing all this either or. Why is it always either or? Eeyore. It's like really Winnie the Pooh, Eeyore. Remember Eeyore? He's always down. Well, when we are split consciousness, either or, Eeyore, oh, it's all terrible. It's all, no matter what I choose, it's going to be awful anyway. So guess it doesn't matter, right? Well, instead of being an Eeyore, an either or, why not get them both? How about either or, we make it an and? Do it all. Don't be an Eeyore. Don't be either or. Be an and. And this too shall set you free. And this too shall fulfill you. And this too. And. That's why I'm not saying it's not the personal self or the spiritual soul self. It's the personal self and the soul self. Because one leads to the other, and truly the soul's all integrated here. And when we fulfill the personal self, it literally helps to release the soul from all the attachments So it's not either or, it's and. As we do this, it frees the soul. And then as the soul chooses God, so it's personal and spiritual. And it is through that action now where we come into alignment. The personal self comes into alignment with the soul self. And in that, it releases the soul as we focus now to go home to God. God first, God only. So start looking at even in your life how you can do an and rather than either or. Look at even a lot of brain things, a lot of brain science. We see a lot of stuff dealing with the mind now. And it's often balancing the hemispheres, the right and left hemisphere of the brain. What are they trying to do in a lot of it? They're trying to get it all connected so the brain works as one. Instead of bipolar, we want to become unipolar. Unite it all into one, uni. It's all one. That's why we got to go from the polarization of the two eyes to the one eye. So it's a universe. Unification, union with God. It's not either or, it's and. So start making your life about your life and God. God first and God only. But if you understand God is in everything and has created everything, then you realize how it can be an and rather than an or. All right. I'm going to leave it at that for now. That was the last little tidbit I just wanted to throw in there before we wrap it up. I want to just take a minute or two just to kind of get ourselves focused and welcome everybody back. And let's just take a minute, everybody watching and listening. Just take a moment to bring our attention back to the seat of the soul. And just looking inwards and upwards, inviting in the Holy Spirit and God's grace just to be with us as we continue moving forward through the day, listening and taking in what's shared, allowing the loving to move in us and through us and fulfilling us. And that no matter what questions come forward, to realize that ultimately these are just opening doors within ourselves, to let God's loving in, to walk with us in fulfilling our lessons, liberating our souls, and moving into that co-creatorship. So that all this movement truly serves each and every one of us in our journey home to God. And always just come to that single point in the soul itself where that peace and stillness is found. And from here, to let the inner awakening, inner awareness, inner knowing just come present within us. so that all we seek and seek to understand is fulfilled and laid before us, so that each step of the way is filled with God's loving and joy as we walk back home into the heart of God. And with that, let's go ahead and move into Q&A and realize that's what it's all about.
Okay. You can hear me okay, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so first question. Good morning, Jim, Brian, and Kelsey. Regarding the topic of being a co-creator with God, I'm just wondering if when God creates for us at the soul level, we just let God create for us, then we stop creating ourselves and only surrender to God's creation? My question was answered today, as it is always the perfect topic at the right time during those gatherings. So it is nice to be present with those gatherings. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And it's kind of like the phrase, if you've heard it, as above, so below. So a lot of what we're learning here in our creativity is actually simultaneously supporting our co-creative action. In the soul realm, God already created, but at the same time, creation is ever ongoing. And so in that process, we as soul are also part of that creative action. In other words, God is not only creating as God, the Father, Mother, so to speak, the source of all, but God actually creates through us, the child of God, all the souls. And so there is this action of God's creativity through the soul that even in the soul realm, God is creating through each of us. And that's where we, in a sense, are expressing our loving. In the upper realms, in spiritual, it's all a movement of loving. It's where God expresses, the soul expresses loving. And that loving looks like creation, that which is manifest, that which we can see and experience. So that is even in the soul realm. So in a sense, even saying manifest, when I use manifest in the spiritual way, that it is a manifestation, but it's a spiritual one, dealing with the spiritual essence. Is that reference of God created the heavens and the earth was void and without form. So God created the heavens. So there's a creation, something was manifest, but it's more of the fine essence of spirit rather than this essence through the void of the material realm, which is more like a watery substance. It's more the dense and the magnetic polarity. So the soul's creativity in the soul, as we're doing there, co-creating with God, that the reflection down here is also the soul creating in this physical level. And in a way, they serve one another and it's simultaneous. And how to explain that more, I don't know really how to do that. Because this goes into the whole thing of everything is simultaneously existing here and now. And that gets into a whole level beyond the mind that I just don't like going into because it just stirs my mind and creates confusion for everybody. So just know that the creativity going on, just like your life and what you have left to live, there's yet more to create, more to experience. And that's what we're going to do until the end of this life. Well, the same thing is happening in the soul realm. The soul's creating, experiencing. There's always like a what's next. But at some point, that who we are as a soul, when we have come to a place of now really fulfilling what that creative action is through us. In other words, that aspect of God that God is now doing as us, through us, that at some point that comes to a completion. And then that is where God now begins to bring us and merge us back into God's beingness. And that's really the journey we're on here, is that process of merging back into God's beingness. That's the ultimate fulfillment that I was sharing towards the end of the talk today. And I hope what I shared now makes some sense. If not, please go ahead and write back in and we'll follow up with it more. But hopefully that did something.
Awesome. Okay. Next question. Okay. There's a note to me, so I'm going to have to skip the note and just go into it.
If you need a moment, that's okay. I'm in no rush. I'll just close my eyes and meditate for a moment.
Well, this person's just saying if you want to respond to her privately, that's fine too. So I'll just read the question and you can answer as you see fit.
Okay.
Okay, so dear Brian, Jim, and Kelsey, thank you all for everything you do. I really got a lot of the talk today. It helped me to locate where I am on this journey, to keep going with the self-work. Life will keep bringing challenges for me to keep stepping up to take responsibility anyway. But to embed more deeply into the journey of the soul's spiritual self, which is happening anyway, I'm noticing, without me even consciously choosing it. For the last couple of months, I've been meditating consistently and experiencing huge internal shifts. My life on the outside is also improving in unexpected ways. So the whole thing is kind of blowing my mind. Perhaps as a part of this process, something has come up around a disturbing spiritual, for want of a better word, experience I had almost 30 years ago, echoes of which have been reoccurring lately. I grew up in a family where there was alcoholism, violence, and a lot of unconsciousness. Both my parents were devout atheists, but my aunt, who lived in Scotland, could best be described as a Christian mystic, reclusive with a deep experiential connection to God, very deeply into Steiner. She had always been my kind of North Star, my glimmering point of hope and light in the distance. I adored her. I went to stay with her at her place in the hills above Dumfries at a time in my life when I was considering making a big shift. We were staying in separate cottages on her property, and on the second or third night, a huge, battering, howling wind came up, and I was so terrified I couldn't sleep at all. During the night, I had these horrific, reoccurring images of my aunt being slaughtered, blood everywhere like a horror movie. I couldn't stop the images coming. In the morning, I wandered down to my aunt's cottage, but when I got to the door, there was a note on it telling me that I had to leave. She had organized friends of hers to come and pick me up. Over the next few days in letters to me, she told me that during that night, she had been attacked by dark forces which had pushed her to the brink. She had had quite a lot of experience with these kinds of entities, but the ones on this night were way beyond anything she'd ever encountered before in terms of ferocity and evil. She spent the night fighting them off and was completely debilitated, requiring a many months long process of recovery for her. She said these entities had come in through me, that I was an unwitting channel for them because I was so unconscious. I was, of course, devastated, guilty, ashamed, grief-stricken, and angry. I thought I would never see her again. I was so rocked that I threw in my career, ended the relationship I was in, and moved back to Australia from the US. It was probably at that point that the inner pull in me towards something more It was probably at that point that the inner pull in me towards something more that I had been sensing really became conscious and was now supercharged. Eventually, my aunt also moved back to Australia and we did see each other again, but we never talked directly about the experience. As I worked through my own healing and pursued my own spiritual path, she guided me with great love, and I consider her to have been my first spiritual teacher. She died in 2019. I have never understood what really happened that night in Scotland, but the reason I'm telling you about it now is that I have been having some more intrusive images to do with one of you. Sorry. I, of course, try to shut them out, but it's still pretty upsetting to say the least. But maybe it's also an opportunity to face and finally clear whatever is going on. From my limited understanding about how these entities work, if it is an entity, it seems that they can get in when young people experience trauma or if they have an operation under anesthetic. I certainly left my body for a few decades as a way of surviving what was going on around me and to me when I was young. What was going on around me and to me when I was young. So it seems that these intrusive images are targeted at my spiritual teachers, but occasionally they also come and attack things that are very vulnerable and pure. The timing is interesting considering I am in a kind of growth spurt phase with the meditation right now. I have read that these entities feed off fear, so not to be afraid of them, but it is hard when they're so ferocious. I have an appointment to see someone in May who works with clients to help remove these entities, which in the internal family system model are called unattached burdens. A friend has also suggested either John Morton or Michael Hayes, but I'm just going one step at a time for now. I'd be grateful for any thoughts or guidance you have on this, with much appreciation and loving.
Yeah, so what do I want to share with this? So, first of all, no matter what we have in our experience in life, on this level or the other levels, there's always a reason because there's something we're learning. And just like you said, these entities they feed off of fear. So that's true because you see, everything feeds off of fear in this creation. In the spiritual realms, everything feeds off of love. In this creation, everything feeds off of fear. The truth is, everything feeds off of love because without love, none of it exists. So the fear will utilize the energy and try to transform it or twist it. In other words, if we, that is God's loving and expression, react to the fear, we buy into the fear. And it's that reaction then that feeds these energies. Because you see, nothing would exist unless we feed it. And all of these fears are created out of some situation, circumstance, or something that happened in another time or on another level. Because out of the thought, we can have a lot of stinking thinking, to say the least, dark thoughts. And then the emotions can react, and then the imagination will create all types of horrific type of things. And these are often seen in the lower soul realm. Okay, so the lower soul realm is where a lot of dark energies are with this. Jim and I've dealt with a lot of these things in the past, and to some degree, every single one of us has something that we could call dark, demonic, scary, fearful, whatever you want to say, in some level inside of us that we're all looking to overcome. For Jim and myself, we know it's all an illusion. As real as these things seem when they're going on, they are on those levels, but they're only as powerful as what they've been fed and what we believe or buy into. And again, it's based upon what our learning is to take place out of these experiences. One of the actions, and a big part of the action of when we work with a spiritual teacher and we get initiated, that presence, that direct action of the Holy Spirit, the grace, is with us more than at any other time. Because by choosing that action of grace and initiation, we are really giving God permission to work with us more directly, to assist us to walk through whatever we need to get liberated. So it doesn't matter how dark, how scary, how demonic any of it is, that the Holy Spirit is going to walk with us through it all. And it's the Holy Spirit that actually helps us to get free from it. There's nothing wrong with going to other people, what you call exorcisms. But the problem is that if we don't learn the underlying lesson, the exorcisms don't hold. They don't work. And it's a way, in a sense, of avoiding taking responsibility. If we're willing to look at and learn what is the underlying lesson that's going on inside of us, that these negative or dark reflections are reflecting to us, that is really the most important thing. Because as we learn and are willing to look and not avoid whatever that is that we're working on taking responsibility for, that is what heals it. Because see, the darker things get, the more scary things get, it's just, in a sense, forcing us to have to really look at and deal with something we've been avoiding for a long time. That's the good news in the bad news or in the darkness. It gets us to turn. I often say the negative is often a greater motivator than the positive. In other words, we'll often be more motivated by pain than pleasure. Because if we're in a lot of pain, we're going to do everything we can to get out of it. Where if it's pleasurable, well, it's nice, we'll seek after it, but it's not going to motivate us like pain does. So that's what these things do. They motivate us in a way to try to get out of them, to get away from it, because of the trauma it pushes on us. So these types of experiences often are from other lifetimes. And especially if you're talking back in Scotland, old Europe and all that, yeah, there was a lot of old horrific things, especially during the medieval times. The Crusades and the brutality, the violence, the just, plain cruelty that man has done to one another. So that this has left really big scars, so to speak, on us emotionally, mentally, and on that basic self level in the physical body. So those memories unconsciously carry forward. So to me, part of this is some old karma that you've, in a sense, gone through with your aunt another time. And your aunt's chosen to, in a sense, kind of work. Some people call it the battle of good and evil. And in truth, on the path to sound and light, there's no battle. We're literally just leaving it behind. And the Holy Spirit is the action that just creates the way by which we can. Think of like the crossing of the Red Sea with Moses and the Jews, and how the Red Sea parted for them. And then once they crossed, the Red Sea closed up, and all the negative that was trying to kill them was left behind. It couldn't go into the soul realm. Well, that's how this is. The path to sun and light is what parts the Red Sea. The Red Sea is actually a metaphor for the etheric realm in which the soul needs to pass through to get liberated. So everything below, that is below the negative, the dark, the evil, like you described, the fear, that can't pass through there. And the Holy Spirit is there walking with every soul for it to pass through the Red Sea. But the soul has to walk the journey. So in other words, the soul has to walk out of the land of Egypt or the land of slavery and all that goes with that. And fear will always try to enslave us through like what you described. Your aunt's bought into the game, but you don't need to. And yes, it's true. These things often do come through trauma and childhood, but also that's carried over from other lifetimes. So the idea is to really love, to accept, to forgive, whatever that is and was in that other lifetime, but right now, because it's happening in this life, to love, to forgive your aunt in any circumstances, but ultimately to love, accept, and forgive yourself. And just be open to whatever the learning is. See, Jim and I aren't scared by any of these things. We dealt with it before. I've taken all kinds of horrific things, demonic attacks, vampire bites for our initiates on the inner levels. It's part of the job. But whenever something negative or evil comes at me, I just say, go ahead. I know I can't die. And they'll usually attack and it'll disappear, or they'll even run away, because when they know that somebody is there who doesn't buy into the fear, well, they realize that's more powerful, because the loving is more powerful. The Holy Spirit's more powerful. But we have to really make the Holy Spirit, as Jim says, God first, God only. So when you really make God first and you keep doing that, and there's no coincidence, you're meditating regularly and a lot of change is happening. The more you meditate, the more you're choosing God and allowing the Holy Spirit in, and the Holy Spirit's going to support you to walk through these things. This is about you learning to empower yourself and not empower these false belief systems, these past traumas, the past whatever. And the Holy Spirit is there to support you in this journey of empowering yourself. Again, nothing wrong with going to other people to try to exercise these things, but it's still giving your power away and avoiding what the underlying lesson is. I've seen this over and over, and I see people do it, and unfortunately people are willing and they charge money for it. That's just giving your power away, and you're not going to learn the lesson. Better to take the time to do what you're doing in meditation and really look at, take the Laugh Workbook. That's why we make it available. Go through that Laugh Workbook. Do the online Laugh course that we have on our website. We put these things there for a reason for people. But you have to utilize it to really do that work to get the benefit that comes with it. The fear only has power that we give it. When we take the power back to ourselves, the fear has nothing to feed off of. That's the ultimate truth. It does not matter how horrific, what the situation or circumstances are, no matter what happened in the past. Does not matter. When I first saw this, it was right in the beginning when I started doing the spiritual counseling work. There were a couple sisters that were in their later teens. Same thing, their parents were alcoholics. The father was physically abusive and violent. And they had a very traumatic situation in the house, and they had all kinds of spiritual warfare and demons and horrible things coming in. But I just shared with them and talked with them just like we are now. And see, they were buying into all these things going on the other side, and so they were feeding it. All I had was 2 talks with them, and they started realizing what was going on, and they chose not to do that anymore, and all that stopped because they realized they were feeding it. They were doing the fear. They were caught up in the outer situation that was creating the inner, and vice versa. See, your aunt was caught up in that situation. She was playing the game in there. You don't need to play the game. So that's where the forgiveness of whatever with your aunt, or feeling hurt or ashamed and forgiving yourself, is probably a good first step to start letting go of this. And then, of course, to start looking at now, well, what is the fear really about? So here's the circumstances, but what's underlying that? So there's the slaughter, there's the whatever with your aunt. But you see, that's symbolic. That's a game she was caught up in, the fight of good and evil. And so that fear was using that as a symbol on the inner levels, which is the lower astral realm, because that's the closest frequency to the physical, and it's going to stir your imagination the most and make it seem very real, because that's going to have the most impact on you. These things can be very powerful, very scary. There's no denial of that. I've just had so many of them over the years. They never have an ultimate impact, never harm me, and I always work through it until I realize the illusion that it all is. Each of us has to walk through that, because eventually, when it's often violent things like that, is often when it's a fear of death. And when I faced that fear, is I did what I just said. I said, go ahead. I know you can't hurt me because I know I'm eternal and can't die. And then the energy came at me to try to kill me in a gruesome, gory way, and it just disappeared because I let go and I didn't react to it anymore. So you need to find a way to do that for yourself, to not react and buy into the fear and the games that it's trying to play on you or has been playing on you. You, after hearing what I'm saying now, more than likely you'll start to do that. Hopefully you'll keep doing it until it's just gone, because it will be. And the main way is through the meditation. Keep doing that, but do the LAF work, especially in these situations. And if you need to, this is why we have Q&A. This is why, especially like the confessions and counseling class that I do, in that class, I literally will take you through the whole process of how to do that. No question. That's specifically what that class is for. But ultimately, just realize all these outer types of situations are just reflections of some inner reaction and turmoil just in your own thoughts and feelings and imagination. That's literally all it is. It's an outer reflection on that astral level of something you are in turmoil and struggling with within yourself. So if you focus just on within yourself, to take responsibility for your own thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions and work the LAF, that's how the demons will leave you. That's how that stuff gets cleared. As long as we keep believing this is real out here and we try to battle it like your aunt did, we feed it and keep it alive because that's the illusion. What we need to do is focus on our own inner kingdom. You do the inner work, that gets all healed and cleared and now is replaced with loving. There is no more outer reflection to reflect to the traumatic, scary detail of what's going on in your own thoughts and feelings. And that is the reality for every single one of us. The earlier question about creativity, well, this is how this works. Everything we create within ourselves, all that we're creating in our inner kingdom is reflected in the outer kingdom. When you clear it in here, it clears it out here. Okay? All we have to do is work with our own inner kingdom, and as we create the change in us, it'll automatically create the change out here because this is an outer reflective process of what is in here. And I'm going to leave it at that for now because that was a lot of information, but a lot of good information for any of us to work with no matter what we're working with, no matter how traumatic whatever we're going through. That one you shared is just obviously a deeper trauma, much more traumatic, which creates deeper fear. But it's still all not real. Just work the inner kingdom. The outer reflections are all illusions and they'll dissolve as you heal whatever that is inside of you that you're in turmoil with yourself. And a lot of that, the doorway into that is whatever the process with your aunt and the guilt or shame you have around that. That's going to be your doorway into whatever the deeper feelings are, just so you know. Okay. Anything else, Kelsey, you would add to that, or are we good?
We're good.
I've seen these things. So, Kelsey, you've heard quite a few of the stories over the years, dealt with these things so many times. And I say that because I don't want whoever's writing in to feel concerned or worried or if it's going to have an effect on me or Jim. It doesn't. It's just all a game. And we just learn not to play the game. And believe me, I played the game years ago. That's how I learned all about all this because I had all my own experiences. And so now with the initiates, I just support them, loving them, and help them realize the game so they can step out of it. And Jim and I are here to support you on the inner levels as well. We do plenty of that. But ultimately, it's just you learning the lessons and allowing the love and grace into your consciousness so that you choose that and make God more important than your fear. And the fear is going to reflect to you whatever it can to scare you so that you don't do that.
And I guess I would add that I've had a few of my inner experiences where the darkness has attacked me in my service with others. And just to answer that physical part that people wonder about,
Mhm.
we're not experiencing, or I don't experience it in the physical. It's all happening on the inner levels. And
That's
it's the
right.
grace of the Holy Spirit really handling that energy through my participation of being of service. And so it's really the Holy Spirit handling it. And there has to be an anchor point for that to just be fulfilled and move through. So for this particular person or anybody else, it's not experienced in the physical in the way you think. It's so gruesome and grotesque physically.
Mhm.
It's on the inner levels, and it's really the grace handling it, and it's the service of, you know, of
That's
that
right.
action.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I want to share this. There's no spiritual teacher or any psychic healer, or anybody who can take this stuff away from us. It's not until we're willing to take responsibility for our lessons that allows the Holy Spirit to come in and then through the spiritual teacher to assist us to get free of it. But nobody can take it away from you. And that's the thing to realize. So, in other words, what is that saying? That's saying you've got all the power. And it's just your choice what you want to do with it. If you want to continue to make the choice to feed the scary stuff, well, it'll keep it alive. When you make the choice to do something different, guess what? God's love and support and all the spiritual teachers are there to support you. That's how it works. But ultimately, you're going to learn through all this, there's actually nothing to fear, as gory, gruesome, and traumatic as it looks.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Sure.
Okay, it's
That was a
titled,
good one, by the way. That's a long one, but I actually appreciate the person for writing that in. That's really good. That stuff goes on and it's scary. So I always appreciate when people write in and share these things. So thank you very much, whoever wrote that. All right, Kels.
okay, I'm a Narcissist is the title. Okay.
I don't know why that made me laugh, but it's funny.
Hi.
I'm glad that was the title. I thought you were saying you were a narcissist, Kelsey.
Yeah, very funny. Hmm. I think I did say that's the title. Okay, the title is I'm a Narcissist. This is not my question. Just the messenger here. But at times I am a narcissist. Aren't we all? Anyway, maybe not. Who knows? Hi. Loving you from
Hi.
loving you from a distance, Jim. Feel better soon. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Brian and Kelsey, for creating this space for us. Wasn't that an awesome class? Thank you so much, Brian.
You're
There's
welcome.
about a decade's worth of lessons to be learned from that. Also
Huh?
loved your Eeyore impression. Big
That was kind of fun. I love how that just showed up. E or either or. It's like, wow, that's a good way to remember it. That was good.
It's brilliant. Okay, so I'm reading on. Anyway, I wanted to share something I went through because it seems relevant to your sharing. I have this beautiful friend in spirit, and for about 10 weeks last year, I was really, really ignorant towards them and kept dismissing their love and their compassion and their openness, thinking, oh, it's them. They'll be okay, they'll understand. And when I realized how horrible I had been, I reached out. We talked. They were just so open and loving and were proud of me for owning it. But I just couldn't shake this feeling because I couldn't pinpoint my behavior other than being an asshole. Tried laughing on it and tried figuring it out, but I just couldn't figure out what it was. And so I left it and didn't think about it anymore. A few months down the line, another friend of mine was displaying really strange new behavior. And I knew they were going through a lot, so I was able to pacify their behavior towards me. but it was stirring that feeling within me again. I closed my eyes and the image of Narcissist appeared, him laying by the lake, gazing upon his own reflection. Oh my God, I'm a fucking narcissist. I looked at my friend and wanted to cry because as much as they wanted me to feel that their pain within them, wanted me to feel that pain within them, I just couldn't feel that for them. I can only love you through it. I see that it is now pouring out of my friends, and I hurt for all that they are clearing, internalizing within. And I hope that the pouring out is actually a washing out from all the loving pouring in and washing out the poison. You see, I think Narcissus fell in love with the light of spirit, and his eyes reflected back upon him in the lake, and he got so distracted by the shine of the light that it blindsided him and pulled him into the darkness where he got lost and drowned. I almost became that person again, putting that shiny thing between God and myself. Well, guess what? I see myself now, and God comes first. I closed my eyes again in the presence of my friend. I opened myself up and embraced all of it as I stepped forward into the nothing that I don't know anything about and gave it all up to God and just fell forward. I have no idea what my next step might look like, but it's in God's hands now, nobody else. And I am just so sorry I allowed myself to put that block between spirit and I for so long, because I can even pinpoint when I did it, and it was when I needed it, when I needed spirit and put the shine of someone else's light before my own. This light within me has a lot to share, and I'm done dulling myself down. Grateful for both sides of this experience, but no thank you, not again. Also, is there such a thing of empathetic narcissism? Laugh out loud. That's what I feel like I am now. Shine bright, everyone, your loving initiate.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, that is awesome to hear at the end of you sharing. I'm glad to hear you coming through the other side and really making God first, because that's what it takes. This is another good example of kind of a reference to the last sharing I just did, that when we focus on whatever the problem or issue is, we're actually feeding it. So if we just keep reflecting on the narcissism and even work on trying to clear it, but the focus is on the narcissism or anything we're focused on, and we're busy judging it and reacting to it, that's how we keep feeding it or caught in. And it's often just a downward spiral that seems to have no end. That's when we can find ourselves spinning out of control type of situations. And those often can be tied in also, not only the situations in our lives, but self-pity is often a big one that feeds this. That's why your joke at the end about narcissistic empathy is that no, it's actually sympathy. And it's really obviously important to know the difference between sympathy and empathy. And I'm glad you said that, because that tells me that you have some level, at least, of awareness of what you're dealing with and what this was around. And that's exactly what I was, just talking about now, is to realize the difference between sympathy and empathy, and to also understand that how important it is, especially on the spiritual path, because I see this happen to many of us, that when we see somebody hurting or down in that place and we think they're having a really hard time, that we sometimes think we have to be sympathetic with them. And that's how we take on their pain, thinking that that's somehow going to help them by feeling their pain as well. And if we feel their pain, we literally think we're doing something to help them or to save them out of their pain. And it's actually not doing that. Unfortunately, what it is us coming down to that level and feeding into it from the same place in ourselves. So if there's somebody in self-pity and we think we need to feel what they're feeling to go in there and try to help them and save them, it's actually we're buying right into the self-pity from the place of self-pity in ourselves that we've not healed yet within. And therein is where the narcissism lies. And so in realizing that, one, it's called we need to just handle what that is inside of us and realize we need to let go of our own self-pity or sympathy and start having empathy and compassion for ourselves to lift us out of that place that the narcissism feeds on. And it is through that loving grace and through that action of empathy and compassion for ourselves that opens the door to allow the loving grace to lift us. And we just have to keep participating with that. And then as we do that, we will find different ways to, in a sense, be there for others or assist or serve others, but by not going into a place of sympathy where we go into their pain with them. That doesn't help bring them out of it. And that's not what Jim and I are doing, by the way, when we talk about assisting other people. Just like I shared about the last one, I've dealt with a lot of demonic and scary things on the other side and have even taken hits for other people, so to speak. Because of doing that, it helps an initiate to be able to get free of the constant pressure of that energy, to begin to find their way out of that. It's a different thing. I don't go in there out of sympathy. I go in there out of God's loving bringing me there. It's not me doing it. It's God brings me there, and God's loving goes in there to assist the disciple. And so it's an action of loving and really helping somebody get the space or perspective within themselves so that they can begin to take a step back from the very thing they're caught up in. Because when somebody can take a step back from that, no matter what it is, whether it's, again, a self-pity, narcissism, doesn't matter, that step back is when we can begin to, one, in getting a little pressure off of ourselves in that space, we can begin to now look inside and begin to become more aware of what's going on in that inside of us. But when we're in it, it's constant pressure and we're too confused. We can't even tell what's going on inside of us. So part of the action of the grace, when we open and let it come in to assist us, it helps us to take a step back. And so that wedge of loving, so to speak, begins the process of separating us from whatever the issue is at hand so that we can begin to see it. And in that seeing it is like what I was sharing earlier. First, we have to have the awareness. And then as awareness comes up, we can begin to look at it and begin to accept what's going on, the underlying lesson, so that we can move into understanding. In other words, taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, reactions that may have been creating this, let alone feeding it and continuing it. So we have to come to that level of understanding or awareness. And then as we do, it's easier to let it go and keep inviting God's grace in, keep choosing God first, God only, and then whatever little remnants or things need to be washing away, then God takes care of it. Just let the grace do it, which I heard you say. So it's a wonderful thing. You're doing that. You just keep doing that and let God do it. But one of the things in this type of situation, because I've seen this a lot with people, and I've seen people be challenged sometimes to let go of patterns like this is, I would say, stay extra vigilant so that you watch yourself, that you don't slip into those old patterns, and to keep moving forward in this new way. One talk Jim did that was really nice. It's on the feminine aspects of CD. That one, the pretty one, we made, Kelsey knows it well. If you need a reference, you can ask Kelsey for it. But it has a picture of the swan and the pink heart and all. The feminine aspect CD, the second talk, because it's long, it's 2 talks. It's the second talk that Jim shares about this feminine aspect deals with sympathy, and that we need to now really shift it over to now more the perspective of the empathy and compassion. And Kelsey probably has heard that so much more, she could probably tell you verbatim what was on it. So I'll leave it at that. Use that CD as a reference, and if there's anything more, just let us know. And Kelsey, is there anything you would add to that, like the CD, the talk I'm referring to?
Yeah, it is one long stream now. So, it's my go-to. I listen to it all the time.
I know, you told me that. That's why I said that.
So if you do go and find the feminine aspect and the feminine trinity, that's what it's called, the feminine aspects of God and the feminine trinity. It's the feminine trinity, which is going to be in the middle of the stream. Yeah, I can give you the timestamp too if you want to text me or email me. But yes, yeah, I've listened to that particular talk over and over and over because I've wanted to understand this this thing you're talking about between sympathy and empathy.
Mhm.
And for me, it wasn't just a one-time listen and passing through it, but just going over and over and listening. And it's just layer upon layer of understanding that, spirit waking you up as you're listening more and more to that greater action to really understand the difference.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I highly recommend that talk to everyone. And it's the shorter one. So it's a
Yeah.
shorter talk. And at the end is the Kuan Yin blessing meditation. And it's great. Yeah, listen to it.
And it is the CD on the website. So go to the
Yes.
CDs instead of it's not on the talks. It's not one of the recorded talks. It's on a CD.
It has a flower, a rose.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's my favorite. Gee, I wonder why. All
Something to
right.
do with narcissism.
Not at all. Who, me? Huh?
The
What?
title is,
The feminine aspect of God and the feminine trinity.
that's right.
All have a feminine side. The feminine. All right, can I get out of the hot seat and read a,
Yep.
read a
Yep.
question?
Moving on.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Brian, for your wonderful presence and sharing. I didn't think I had anything to share and ask about today, but after your sharing about sticking your head in a new energy, I do. Early this morning, I started a meditation pretty much like one of the guided forgiveness meditations on the website. I may have combined a couple of them. In any case, I started by visualizing walking on a pathway to a sacred place where I would sit and start calling forgiveness into various situations, feelings, thoughts, beliefs, fantasies, etc. And here's a question I just thought of. For some reason, it's always a water level bridge, no rails or maybe very low rails, across a frozen lake that comes to mind. I can't see to the edges of the lake. It looks cold and snowy in the distance. When I see this, I make an effort to imagine I'm wearing something warm enough to keep me warm, and I am usually not sure I am warm enough. But today, for a change, it seemed like I probably had good warm gear. Today, I wanted a fire in the middle of the lake. So, for peace of mind, I put an island in the middle rather than a continuous bridge so the fire wouldn't burn the bridge. I called for a canopy of the Holy Spirit to come present over us because I love this part in one of the guided meditations, wondering who us was when it was just me today. I had a specific situation in my life I wanted to practice forgiveness with, in which a relationship is changing and it feels like a lot of loss and grief. And I'm pretty sure much of the feeling is more related to some past situation from childhood with my father. It was all going nicely, and I was forgiving this and that, putting things in the fire or calling forgiveness to me if that seemed more accessible. My attention was strongly pulled to a sense of someone being on my right, and I was sure it was my friend with whom I'm having the challenge in relationship. I said some words to him, something like, I love you. This is hard for me. I don't remember what all I said. It didn't quite feel right to stick him in the fire, so I opted to put him up into the loving above that, and he was going up just fine. But then his feet wouldn't go. In face about half a foot of leg with the feet were still sticking out of the light, which was white gold and kind of sparkly. What's the cold frozen lake imagery about? And the feet sticking out in the loving. Could that actually have been my friend, or could it have been someone else, or a representation of myself? Thank you for any comments and insights. P.S. If you have to, do angels have souls?
No, angels don't have souls. Jim's actually talked about this in different things. Angels are just called messengers of God. They have a mission or purpose or intention that they hold, and then they emanate that. The Spirit of God moves through them, emanating a certain intention. And for whatever a soul is learning, that an angel can be there in a sense, allowing that essence to emanate from them to assist that soul in learning and fulfilling whatever that may be along. Just like you could have an aspect of God, say compassion. If you had an angel of compassion holding the intention of compassion, then God's light and loving with the essence of compassion can move through them. In other words, a messenger of God about compassion. And then a soul that is learning about compassion, then that angel would be there supporting them, letting that essence go through. That's just a very brief, maybe simple, hopeful way to put that into perspective. Angels are servants in that way. They don't have souls like humans do. Different function, different aspect of God. The frozen lake, this is a really good one. I love that. Frozen lake often is dealing with frozen emotions. Man, as soon as you said that, it brought me back. I grew up in Michigan, so as a kid, I remember when the lake would freeze out a ways on Lake Michigan. We loved going and climbing on the icebergs. And sometimes when in the spring it'd start to melt, just right up close to shore, it'd start to break up and you'd see a little of the water, but there's still a lot of the bigger icebergs that take a while to melt. And I remember in this inner experience I had, I was literally at the shore of Lake Michigan like I knew, and everything was frozen. And at some point though, the ice close to shore started to crack and melt and break. And as I was walking through that, it was breaking free. And then I noticed as it did internally, I could feel these emotions breaking free inside of me. It was very interesting because I ended up starting crying as I was walking through this. So it's like, oh, these are all the emotions that had frozen inside of me, the lake of emotion. And now with spirit, the sunlight starting to warm up and melt the ice, it was obviously the warmth of loving of spirit was now defrosting or melting the ice or the frozen emotions. And so as it started to melt and break up, then I had this emotional release of that which had been numb from freezing was starting to open up. And that was the beginning of really now setting a lot of my emotions free that were frozen. So this is wonderful. It's showing that you're beginning to now be aware of those emotions inside frozen, and the bridge going over is also letting you know that spiritually on the path of sound and light, you've been able to go back and forth over these emotions in the past because it wasn't time yet to work with them. But now with what you're going through with this relationship, that's telling me that these emotions are dealing with your karmic lessons around relationship. And this person represents that. It's not about that person. Your lessons are your lessons, but that person in your relationship with them helps reflect to you to deal with whatever these frozen emotions are inside of you. So by you going through and doing what you did, one, putting a fire out in the middle of the ice, that is literally putting your loving out into the emotions that are frozen so they start to melt. This is you healing them through that movement of light, of spirit and loving. And then with the person going up, so in other words, that's whatever they're reflecting to you with the lessons you're learning, you're giving it up to God. So they're symbolic. It's not that person. It's symbolic of whatever those emotions are inside of you that you're healing now through loving. So by giving it up to God, the reason it went up and the feet are still hanging out is because there's more to learn. What do the feet represent? Understanding. Okay? So you, to me, with the feet hanging out is saying that there's still something there you're learning to come into greater understanding with your emotions that have been frozen dealing with relationship. And often, what do we say with fear? We freeze in fear. Panic. Don't freeze, right? So in other words, there's probably something in relationship where the fear you've reacted to and you freeze. Well, that freezing is symbolic of the emotions of whatever that fear is inside stirring. And so we'll freeze because we don't want to be hurt. We don't want to be this. We don't want to be that. And I'm saying it that way because I don't know what your exact lessons are. That's for you to discover. But I'm giving you enough information that hopefully it'll draw that out so you'll start to see. And if you need a little help, that's what journaling is for. That's what the Laugh Workbook is for. You know, Kelsey did this awesome thing called Love in the Dark Stuff. That's part of the Laugh Workbook. It's a good one because in there we'll start to get in touch with whatever that is. But you already may be in touch with it just hearing me share this. So as you continue loving, putting that fire in there, loving yourself, loving these parts, looking at, because remember, wherever we look is where we're putting the loving. Wherever we look is placing that fire, that flame of spirit, and giving it up to God, just like you did. So that last little bit of the feet hanging down is telling me, again, that whatever you have left to learn as you keep doing the loving, that the emotions will start to thaw out. And as they thaw out, that's symbolic of those emotions that have been frozen now getting unstuck. And that unsticking is when they start moving again, is where you experience healing, balancing. The emotions will come now into a place where they can calm down and you'll have an understanding of what it was about. And then you no longer have to fear it. Once the fear's gone, all the frozen will be gone. It'll be melted. So hopefully I said that enough and being redundant in saying it as well, that I hope that's very clear. And as if not, of course, right back in for any other follow up with that. But I hope that was pretty clear. Was that clear to you, Kelsey? Did I explain it all right?
Yeah, I'm following along. Like
Cool.
I'm reading the thing and listening to. Yep.
Cool. I think I covered everything. There was quite a bit in there. Is there anything else in there that I might have missed?
The feet, the
Yeah,
friend.
I covered the feet.
Yeah. Yep. That's
Okay.
kind of why I went back to read along to see if you covered it all.
Awesome. It's a good one. It's a common one for all of us. Like I said, I went through my own, and it was dealing with relationship. That's the funny thing. It was the same, literally the same thing that you described in this. That's why I know it so well. Part of it was, I'll share a little bit for me personally. Part of it was my fantasy of wanting to be married and have kids in a normal life, so to speak, in this world. And when it was presented to me to do the service action I'm doing now with Jim, instead of having a regular family life, I didn't want to let it go, but yet I wanted God and serving God more. So I left it and I was crying letting go, about wanting to have the wife and kids and the whole family life thing. And that was part of my emotional attachment to the relationships, actually, is more than just a person, but all the different aspects of relationship, and especially when you're talking about family and kids and all that as well. So that was what mine was. I literally was crying, and all these emotions were letting go and breaking up. And then I continued on, and then I literally agreed to do the surface action I'm doing now. So that was kind of a special experience for me. That's why it's so clear, and I could share about it like I did today. I know it all too well. Thank you, Kelsey. And whoever wrote this, it's a good one for all of us.
Okay, thank you and question.
Okay.
Aloha, Brian and Jim and Kelsey.
Oh, they
Thank
must
you
be from London.
from London.
Yeah, that's a joke.
Oh,
Aloha. Okay, we know where this person's from.
actually, I don't think they are, which is what's so funny.
Oh, that is funny. Okay,
Yeah,
maybe the paintings of my shirt and everything. Okay, aloha.
probably. People are picking up on the vibe.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the teachings today. They truly struck a chord with me and answered a prayer for guidance. I loved the either or conversation, and this is one of the biggest challenges I've faced in my life. And the truth is, I want it all to be the loving and walk in service in the world. Just this morning, I woke up tired of trying, and in the meditation today, I felt the beginning of surrender, a beauty and warmth and grace. I pray for this grace, not as a way to escape, although this was a wish in the past, but as a way of service. The
Good.
tricky part is not being attached and allowing God's timing and not my own. Any suggestions? In loving gratitude.
You just said it. Yeah, don't be attached, and remember it's in God's timing. And my experience of God timing, it takes a long time, but at the same time of it taking time, it's all happening right now in every moment. And it's a step-by-step growth and expansion. Our service comes as a overflow or an expansion of serving ourselves first. In other words, the longer we've meditated, the longer we've done the self-study, the more loving an experience or wisdom we have to serve others with. So the first service, this is why you hear us say this, the first service is always to yourself. And that first service is meditation of loving God and letting God love you. And then it's the self-love of taking that love and overflow to yourself through the self-study. And then as that continues to overflow, then you let that service now extend out to other people. And you do it in that way, and it's always going to be good. Whether it's just a little trickle of love or it's a frickin' waterfall of love, it's all going to be whatever it is. But the more you really build that loving in yourself with God and for yourself, the more you'll be able to share that with other people. And it'll just grow and expand all in its own way, whether it's one by one or whether it's a group or whether it's just between you and God. It's all good, however it unfolds. And the main thing is just to keep that focus for yourself. Look, for many years, I wanted to facilitate and do the type of action I'm doing now, not to this degree that I thought I would do it, but I always wanted to be a facilitator of like spiritual classes and workshops and spiritual counseling with people. And I knew that from the beginning of 1989. And I got to do it a little bit here and there um, through the 90s to some degree or another. And it wasn't until the later 90s I did a little more. And of course, until I started working here with Jim and ILM is when I got to do it full on. So in other words, it took me quite a number of years to grow through my personal journey. And then as I did, then it just expanded and extended to like to today with what we're doing in ILM. And you just let it unfold however it is for you. Whether that loving is for yourself and just your current family or the people around you, or it shows up in other ways where you're doing it with friends or strangers or whatever service you're doing. Just let it unfold and pay attention to how that is unfolding for you. When it's a real movement in the service of spirit, you don't need to force these things. Spirit will bring it to you or bring you to wherever it is that you can be of that way. In other words, it's not like a business where you try to market it and grow it. That's a different action. I know some people do a wonderful action of service for money. That's a little bit different. There is service in there, no question, but part of that service is serving self, so the person makes money for yourself. And that's what I did. The job I had before ILM is I went in there as a health educator, so I literally had to counsel people every day and educate them in classes every day. So it's a perfect setup for what I'm doing now, right? But the focus was on health, and I was getting paid for it. So people would come in and pay for the program, and then I'd get a portion of the money to pay as my salary, right? So there's an exchange. And that exchange is a healthy action of service. It was a service to myself to take responsibility for in my own life, to take care of myself. And I provided a service for other people. And that service wasn't necessarily a spiritual service like doing here, which is why we don't charge money for this, the spiritual action of service, but it was a service to help mentally, emotionally, and especially physically dealing with their health and weight and everything. It's a health education thing. So that exchange was mutually beneficial. So it was a service both ways. But that's a different type of a service than the spiritual service like we're doing in ILM with initiation. So I just want to clarify that. But because I know a lot of people, including myself, because years ago, even before the health education, I used to do a lot of massage and energy work and nutritional counseling with people, and I'd get paid for it. But yet it was like a service because I knew it felt like a spiritual action to me at the time, but I didn't really understand the differences between spirit and metaphysical. Kind of like today's talk, how I described all the levels, from here down and then from here up. I didn't understand all that back then. So I always thought I was doing a service, and I was. It just was different. It wasn't the full just spiritual action like we're doing in ILM, okay? So there's a difference there, but that doesn't make one better or worse or anything. It just means, wow, I've got to do what I need to do in the world to take care of myself. And part of that is receiving money, which is a service to me. And then what do I do to provide a service or a good that's going to help or serve other people that I can feel good about and feel like it's a service to others? Then it's mutually beneficial and it is a service, even though it doesn't, in a sense, directly support, say, a soul and soul liberation. That's just a different type of service, soul liberation, what we're doing. It has nothing to do with the world. This is where we learn responsibility. And that's a wonderful service here, to take responsibility, to teach others to take responsibility, to have an exchange there. That's a good thing. That's a wonderful thing. So if that's something that you're working with and looking at as an action of service, don't let the money get in the way. Realize the money you get from doing that is because you're providing a valuable service to assist somebody in their life that is important to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay you for it. So, in other words, if you're like a life coach or a nutritional counselor or doing whatever and really helping people, it's something you can feel really good about, right? So let that be your service, but also realize it's a way to make money, which is also a service to you. And that's important to realize because you have to serve yourself first and give of the overflow. So if you receive money, you're being of service to yourself. And as you give something of value to others, you're being of service to them. And especially if they're willing to pay for it, that's saying it is valuable and important to them. And that is something to feel good about. That's why I actually enjoyed my last job, because I knew I was providing a service and I could feel spirit come through me when I was actually talking about health and food and all this stuff. It's like I would feel spirit move through me. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. I wasn't talking about God or spirit or like we do here in ILM, but yet I almost felt the same like I do in ILM. So I'm like, okay, this works. This is good. Feel like it's a spiritual action and it's supporting me in the world. And it's all good. So I hope in there that answered whatever the question was, and maybe I gave more information than what the question was. I don't know. Did I do it justice, Kelsey? I use Kelsey always kind of as my sounding board with some of that because as you guys know, I can go off on, I don't want to say off on a tangent, but hopefully in alignment with a tangent, but sometimes give long-winded or scenic answers in a myriad of ways. So
I think you covered it and then some.
that's kind of what I
I
thought.
mean, yeah, I wanted suggestions, so you gave a lot of good suggestions from your personal experience. So,
Thank you. That's exactly why I was doing that.
yeah. You ready for the next one?
Yep.
Cool.
I hope Jim's enjoying having a little break today.
Hope you're enjoying doing it
I
all.
I enjoy I always enjoy doing this no matter what, always. And it's just kind of odd when I'm so used to doing this with Jim, and if anything, Kelsey and you and I need to do a laugh workshop again or something. I miss like that when we did that, and that's what's on the laugh program online that we recorded and is on the website. So that was a lot of fun too. I'm
Yeah.
one who likes to co-facilitate, is what I'm saying. I really do. So if Jim, Kelsey, just in that movement of loving and sharing like that, I always enjoy it. It's just weird to do it on my own, to be honest with you. Probably why I'm asking for your feedback a lot today. That way I feel like I'm kind of
Yeah.
co-doing it.
Yeah. Well, welcome to my
I'm more of a
world.
team player. I don't like to go solo. I like to team playing here, but I'm okay doing solo.
Well, I'm always doing solo, so I'm open to being a team player because I prefer it as well. But how it's set up for me so far has been doing classes on my own. So
Yep, there's a reason for it, but
you're lucky to have Jim. Sometimes I'm jealous. Okay, enough about me, narcissist.
oh, that's funny.
All right. Um,
I like it. You got some good jokes and they're self-inflicted.
don't give me the church giggles.
That's the best kind of joking though, is when you can do it with yourself, because then it actually makes you laugh and nobody else feels like they're being put upon.
Yeah.
Probably I should practice that more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, enough about you. What's next?
Enough about you. Is everybody watching? Is everybody seeing this? What's happening right now?
I just got to play with somebody since Jim's not here. I guess you get to be the one to play with. So,
Um, it's my grace.
welcome to the playing Grace Field.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, question about an earlier answer.
Okay.
So, in the answer to the question about the dark spirits in Scotland, if I heard right, you said we all experience some sort of this or have some of this going on at the lower soul realm. Is that right? The lower soul realm question.
No, I said the lower astral realm, not the lower soul realm.
Okay.
Although there is a little bit, no, I don't want to say that at the lower soul realm because
Can I
really
keep reading?
that's,
Because maybe
yeah,
there's
that's the etheric realm.
Okay,
But
so that's the next part. In my head, I went, oh no. So after all the flatbus, or whatever, flatbus, I don't know what that means, and
Oh,
blah,
what? Say that
flat,
again?
Flatbess, flatness, must be a
Okay.
misspelling. So after all the flatness and blah at the etheric, there'll be terrifying appearance of evil to walk through. Then later you said the Red Sea in the story of Moses represents the etheric level and good and evil can't follow across. That's when I thought maybe I misheard you about where we all have the dark stuff. I'll walk through whatever I got to and avoid confusion whenever possible. Much loving.
Yes, you will, and everybody will walk through whatever they got to, that's for sure. So, a lot of the really scary stuff that feels really close to the physical is lower astral. Now, not really the lower soul, but in the etheric realm, there is like last remnants of like what you see on the lower astral. There's like, they're almost like ghosts. They're like remnants and completions of the lower. Because you see, everything's a reflection, as above, so below. So even coming out of the soul realm, it's a reflection from the soul, but when it comes into this world, it gets diffracted, distorted. Okay? And so when it comes in through the etheric, that's where all the distortion takes place. And through the darkness, there's actually movement. So it's like water, but it's like, I'll just leave it at that. Okay? So when that reflection comes, and if it stirs the water, that's where the stirring now creates ripples. And the ripples then from the light above bends and twists and diffracts. That causes chaos. That's just creation. The physical creation's chaos. It's like you took a lake of stillness and then Lucifer came in and stirred it up. Well, Lucifer stirred it up with a whirlpool. If you remember any of the talks Jim did, especially like understanding the inner pathway, he talked, and there's a couple of them, but he talks about the spiraling action, and it can literally be like a tornado whirlpool. Lucifer itself and that consciousness, in if you ever look at like in science, when they talk about like black holes, or even just a whirlpool or hurricane, it's where this warps in on itself. And in that warping, it's from a spiraling, and in that spiraling, it pulls into itself. So if you take like a black hole out in outer space, there's such a power to that spinning that it'll bend light itself and absorb light. Well, that's actually a lower physical reflection of what's happening at the top of the etheric realm, right below the soul level. So as Lucifer, that consciousness warped on itself, so remember, Lucifer was the reflection. Lucifer's job, why we call him the Lord of Reflection, is to reflect the light of God back to God so that God could know God's self, that reflector of loving and light. That's why Lucifer was known as the brightest light, because Lucifer reflected the light of God. That's why he was the brightest light, even brighter than Jesus, right? Well, this is why. But what happened is that consciousness, that aspect of God we call Lucifer, that brightest light that was the reflector, turned in on itself. It warped in on itself. That's the whole idea of becoming self-centered, egotistical. We turn in on ourselves. That turning in, now instead of reflecting the light of God, it absorbed the light of God. And that absorption was through this like black hole whirlpool. If you've heard in science they talk about black hole, that they said there's a white hole on the other side, right? Well, guess what we experience in this creation, and why a lot of people are misled? That black hole, as it pulls the light of God in now, we see that now the light of God that's pulled in through the black hole on the other side. So if you're up here in the spiritual realms looking down, you see that light of God go in and it's absorbed. So you go, wow, where did that light go to? Instead of reflecting back to God like it's supposed to, it got absorbed. Well, on the other end of that is the white hole where the light comes out. So if we're down here in this physical creation, we're seeing this light of God coming out of some freaking doorway above, which a lot of people call portals, right? Portals is this whirling energy. So what we see like black holes is literally a lower reflection of what's happening from the etheric realm down. So we have the absorbing the light from above, and then now the light coming out below. And so this light, as it comes down below, that's how now the movement of creativity of the light of God comes into this creation, and that's what we call reflection. So that reflection as above, through the bending of that light, is distorted, and why you always hear Jim say it's an imperfect reflection. Jim never calls it the perfect reflection. He calls it, if you've heard Jim's talks, he always talks about how this creation is an imperfect reflection of spirit for that reason. So that's what happens. But people not knowing what's on the other side of that portal from which the light is coming, they think that's the light of God rather than the reflection of the light of God, just absorbed and twisted and diffracted through this type of whirling action. I know I tend to get scientific, but I do it for a reason, because a lot of people, and we're seeing a lot of quantum physics, dark energy, dark matter, all this. Many of you, I think, know that or have, are aware of it, so I talk that way. But otherwise, if it doesn't, throw it out the door and just remember God, God's grace and loving. That's all that really matters. So that's the key thing to always remember here. So as that comes down, the first reflection now coming down through is going to be distorted. And that distortion now, and also because of this creation is based on fear, which is basically just loving 180 degree, right? Light, dark, 100 degree, the complete opposite of loving's fear. Well, then that fear, as that light comes in and all the distortion, is going to create these scary things. So on one level, you have what looks like beautiful angels. And then the distortion of the reflection in the darkness is a demon. Okay? We have the soul that's so loving here, and then we come down here and we have the ego. It's a distortion. It's not real. It's an imperfect reflection. So even at the upper regions of this physical creation, we'll still see the distortions of the fear or the demons, the darkness, the things that would cause fear, because in that it causes the soul to buy into the fear, and that's what traps the soul. I'll tell another little thing. Every time I have an inner experience when I'm up in the higher realms, and as I come, I'm usually fly back down. I see the whole lake of reflection so I'm coming down from the soul realm, now flying in, and I'm ready to come back into the physical creation. Right as I enter the water, because the whole bottom level of the soul realm, top of the etheric, it literally looks like a lake. It's water. As soon as I hit the water and go in, instantly, as soon as I'm in the water, I just feel the fear of this whole creation, of just fear. As soon as I touch the water, I feel the fear. So as soon as I come, every time this happens to me, I get ready, because I know as soon as I come into the water, I'm going to feel fear, and it's a shock it's like if you jump in the ocean or body of water that's freezing cold, it just shocks you. That's what it's like when the soul comes into this creation. From all this realm of loving, you come into all this realm of fear. It's like, oh, and then it takes a while to get used to it, right? See why it's easy to get protecting, defending, controlling? Because you don't want to feel all that. What are you afraid of losing? Oh, I'm afraid of losing now being in the spiritual realm. So I'm going to protect, defend, and control so I don't feel all this fear. That's basically what we're doing. The simplicity. That's what's going on. So as we come into the fear and all the distortions, every time I've come into this creation, not only do I feel the fear just coming in and suppressing me, I hear the most god awful voice screaming. You would think is out of like a torture chamber or wherever the demon was, this person said slaughtered their aunt everywhere. It was that horrible. It was like the most awful, fearful voice of evil, horrifying. I can't even it's so bad I can't describe it. I hear that male and female, I've heard it in both voices, sometimes multiple, but it's usually just one voice. But it is always the same scream, the same frequency that is the sound of fear through this voice and scream, that to not react to that is almost, I won't say impossible because I don't react to it anymore, believe it or not. When I come in, I know what's coming and I'll feel the fear and I get ready, and sure enough, that voice comes, that sound of fear, and inside I can feel the pressure literally pushing on me, pushing, but it can't get into me because I just live in this loving and peace inside of me. So even though I'm in this creation, to be in this creation but not of it, that is literally what all of us are learning to do as initiates and disciples on this path to sound and light, is we're learning to live in our soul so that as our soul comes into this physical creation, not just the body, this whole physical creation, starting at the very top of the etheric realm, we're learning to do this. This is why I'm sharing this, of course. As you learn to live in your soul, you learn to stay centered in that peace and stillness within you, that even when the most god-awful screams and feelings and visual demons and Lucifer himself and the attacks, all the horrible, most horrible stuff cannot touch you when you truly live in the center of your soul, when you're in there. They can touch you when you're not, but guess what? They can never harm you. They can never kill you because you, the soul, is untouchable, unharmful, whatever. It cannot die. It cannot be harmed. Anybody who would tell you otherwise doesn't know what the hell they're talking about, and they're lying. I've been called a know-it-all and righteous at times because I'm always right with what I know. But this is one of those things I will be righteous and know it all about because I know this completely, fully. And to me, that's my job as a spiritual teacher, is making sure I deliver that knowing so that you, especially that initiates walking this pathway, take that confidence and power that I try to share with you, to use it to empower yourself so that you can get free of the fear as well. Because it is an illusion. It's bullshit. But when we react to it and buy in, we've just given our power away. That's why people like Jim and myself, we walk free. Yeah, the body's going to die. Yeah, the body can be harmed. But who we are spiritually, never, never. And we know that. That's why we don't walk through this creation in fear. We walk through it in loving. Even the demons themselves, I literally say, I love you. I will bow down to Lucifer, bow down to the demons, and they run because they know loving is the most powerful element of all of creation. And they know that is the essence of God itself. So we have to live that by making God first, God only. God first, God only. You do that, none of this stuff can touch you. But it can tempt you, it can tease you, it can try to deceive you, it can try to get you in reaction. And if it does, it just has you a little longer. until you finally realize, nope, I'm done. And that's up to you when you're done. But the way to get done is exactly what I described earlier. And everything we talk about, every class we're here, working with the LAF, doing the meditation over and over, you hear say the same wonderful shit all the time. That's why. If we didn't, we'd say, go get the exorcisms, go talk to like the people you mentioned. But I'm sorry, that doesn't do anything. I wish it did. Jamaica would have thrones of people coming to us for exorcisms and this and that. Funny thing is, we actually do that on the other levels, but only according to God's grace and God doing it through us, and according to God working with that soul, according to their lessons and needs and how God wants it for them to support them. Okay? If you hear what I'm saying, you've got absolutely nothing to worry about, that God's taking care of you completely and thoroughly, so what the hell is there to fear? There's not. Lucifer has no power over you. It's only when we react, we temporarily give away our power, or should say really, it looks like we give away our power, because in truth we can't. That's part of the game of the illusion. Okay? Lucifer knows this, by the way. Lucifer knows who we are, and he hates us. That's why you hear Jim and I make jokes. He's always telling us to get out of here because he doesn't want us in this creation, because we know his games. He has no power over us, and he knows he's losing power over all of our disciples, because we are empowering you through everything we share, but mainly through the initiation and the meditation. But you've got to know how to put it into practice and how to learn your lessons. That's why you've got to do the blue light action with LAF and taking responsibility. If you don't do that, even if you make it all the way to the soul, just through God's grace, you still got to learn this. That's the purpose, is learning how to be a creator so you can be a co-creator with God. That's what it's all about. And the fear is just trying to stop you from doing that. That's all. So eventually you realize that and you let it all go. So the other part of this, to finish the question, is don't worry what realm it's on. Just remember, the lower astral, there's going to be a reflection in the lower etheric. Lower etheric, it's going to be a reflection in lower astral. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Just, you do the same thing anyway, same process, regardless of which realm it's on. What matters is whatever's going on, that you handle whatever's going on, no matter where you're at or any time. Physical, astral, causal, mental, etheric, any of it, doesn't matter. It's always focus at the soul. Even when I'm in the soul realm and the spiritual realms, I still focus at the soul, because when I do, that's the avenue by which I move higher and more into greater oneness with God, and by which God does all that is always right here, right through here. You focus here, you will automatically be brought to wherever that frequency is on that realm, as above, so below. Simultaneously. It's amazing when you start to really fully experience all these things. It's absolutely amazing. But hopefully my excitement will help inspire you, or hopefully at least the fear will scare you enough to want to do this to get out of it. Because really it's both working at the same time. So, but ultimately I want you to know you're all good, and so is everybody here. And you really have no worries. It's just all a lesson plan. And are you willing to learn and do the homework? That's literally all it is. You want to do the homework, or you want to wait and do it later? That's all. All righty, Kels.
Dear Brian, question on co-creatorship. I really enjoyed your talk today and have a question about co-creating with God. I've been initiated for over 17 years now and have always had some confusion about co-creating. As soon as I started on this sound and light meditation practice, I had a very strong desire to get to completion with all my creations. Early on in my initiation, I even had a fear of creating more stuff, for which I would have to take responsibility for in order to get liberated. I certainly had no desire to go out and create or do things in the world. Now, all these years later, I have a much better understanding of God first, God only. I am mostly at peace with however long this life is. I still sometimes prefer sooner over later. And now I know, I trust that God will bring me through whatever experiences I am to have. So, my question is, after initiation, what is the reason for looking into the world and trying to create? I understand and practice as best I can the meditation, self study, and service. I lack clarity about creating in the world after initiation. Will you please share more about co creating after being initiated?
Love
Thank
to.
you, Brian, and thank you to everyone who helps bring these classes forward. Much love to you all.
Good question. That's one that got, oh my God, I didn't have that answered for years until Jim brought me understanding on that. So I'd love to share that. So when we're going down and out into evolution, is where we're starting to learn or put forth our creativity. Because by putting that forth, like the process I described through the mind, emotions, imagination, body, that in a way creates the pathway by which we're going to walk to have experience. And that's what this is about, is doing the walk to have experience. That's why it's so important to participate in life so we have the experience. That's the only way to learn. If we withhold and don't do anything, we don't learn. We're stagnant. We're here for a purpose, a reason, okay? So we're going to do that and we're going to go into creation so far, and at some point we're going to turn around and now start heading back home from where we came. Well, it's at that point that we turn. Jim's often called it at the 50, once we've done 51% of our karmas. In other words, right after we turn and now step forward in this path of return, is when the opportunity of initiation can show up, because now in that turning to face back towards God rather than into the world, we're turning around to face back towards God. Now God can meet us there face to face and support us to come back now through all that we've created. And on the journey back, remember what I said? We're collecting, we're collecting, we're collecting, we're collecting. So everything we've put into motion and have created on our journey down and out, as we turn around and come back in and up, we're now collecting everything we created. All of our thoughts, all of our feelings, all of our imaginations, and even the physical actions. So, if somebody were to look at your life, just the physical, they wouldn't know if you're in the down and out path or the in and up. Because in this world, it all looks the same. The difference is when you're initiated and you're going home to God, you're now going back through what you already put out. But you see, when you're putting it out, you're not learning yet. You're just creating, you're creating. The return journey, in that journey of now bringing it back, collecting, that journey of now coming back and collecting, that is where we learn. That is where now we fulfill. That's where we gain the experience of what we've created. So we learn through this action. So what we created laid out our pathway in, and now that also laid the pathway out. So all we're doing is turning around and going back in and through and up and collecting all that. And so what happens is now, as we're doing this, now as we're collecting, well, in this world, it could look like we're creating something new. The truth is, we already created it in the past. What we're doing on the return, even though in this world it looks like we're creating something new, we're really just now picking up what we left off. But since we started that creation, God knows how long ago, and it was left undone. Remember, karma's unlearned lessons, undone, incomplete. We pick it back up where we left it. So when we are ready and we pick it back up, because it's now time to learn or fulfill that lesson, that as we now are coming back in and up, it's like, boom, all right, there's this creation that we created long ago. Here's all the remnants and pieces. It's incomplete. Now it's time to complete it. So we pick it up, and it may look like a new project, a new relationship, a new business, a new job, a new whatever. And we step into that. And now this life, it looks like it's brand new. You ever had deja vu with any past relationships, jobs, or anything? Deja vu comes from because we had it before, and now we're coming back to collect it. So as we're going back in and up, and we start something new here, now it looks like we're creating, in a way we kind of are, but really it's now just picking up where we left off with our creation that was incomplete. And so we recreate it. But in the recreation, we're really just picking up all the pieces, and then picking up all the pieces is how we're now learning about our creativity. And we keep doing that until we pick up all the pieces, and in that is the fulfillment of whatever the lesson was from which we created, because of the experience now of bringing it all back to source, back to ourselves. And of course, once we bring it back to ourselves, well, we're the spark of God. Well, when God brings us back to God, what is God doing? God's bringing God's creativity home through each individual cell or spark that is a soul of God. So every soul that God has created is an aspect of God going out and creating. Letting that sink in for a moment. In other words, there's no separation. So we, the soul, are God's creativity in action. And so as we, that is God's creativity in action, start to be pulled back home, all of that is collected within our own soul, and within our own soul that is returned to God, so that that aspect of God is fulfilled. And then as each of those aspects of God, each soul goes through the same process, this is how God brings back the wisdom of his own creation. Okay? So we're simply picking up on where we left off. That's how we complete our karmas. Reincarnation is the opportunity to go back to now complete what we started creating, now to finish that which we put into motion. So even though it looks like we're creating something new, it's actually something old. It was just time now for it to come forward again, redo it, but the redoing it is now the fulfillment of it, where before it wasn't fulfilled. Think of it this way. How many times have you taken on some project that you never completed? Even as a simple hobby. Like I have my mom and aunts who like to, make blankets or knit and crochet things. They could start something and then leave it, right? You could start all kinds of projects and leave them, never finish it. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, look at all these things I started creating, but I never finished. Pick them back up and finish them. Simple projects. Like, okay, that's done, that's done, that's done. That's basically what we're doing. We're just finishing all this creative projects, crafts and arts, whatever you want to call it. Basically our whole life, though. Because this action of creativity is not just physical. We're doing the same thing in our imagination, our emotions, and our mind. And we're just retracing our footsteps to complete all these projects that we started but never finished. Because why? Oh, something newer and shinier showed up. Oh, that looks so exciting. Well, I wanted to do all this, but now that I do it, it's just so boring too ordinary. Want something more exciting, so I'll lay this aside and go do something else. Think how many times you did that just in this life. You know, the bucket list. Well, just get rid of the buckets, man, because there's a lot of projects, just not only this life, but others. But these are all remnants and reflections from other times. And now we're just learning. And when I say this, I don't necessarily mean like a specific project. There's always an inherent energy of what we're learning through the physical vehicle. It is not, the learning is not about the actual physical project or vehicle. It's what we're learning internally in doing this and through this physical vehicle. Okay, just like relationship. We can go through multiple relationships in one lifetime. But each relationship we can learn something more, something more, something newer, something, right? We call that maturing, growing, learning, getting wiser through our experience. But yet we can have multiple people to fill the roles in the one project of, I'm learning about relationship. But yet multiple people are part of this project called relationship. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about the person or the project. It's about what are we learning inside of ourselves through all of the same projects until literally the whole lesson is learned, no matter how many projects or homework assignments we had to do to learn the lesson. So I hope that last part at least makes sense to answer your question. So we may in other lifetimes have done first grade, like learning how to read or write or arithmetic, right? First grade, we learn so much. Second grade, we learn a little more. Third grade, we learn a little more. Fourth, fifth, 12th grade, we learn this much more. And if we have done our homework and understand and know it well enough, we graduate. That's the same thing we're doing here. We're just doing that journey now, coming back through, picking up the same lesson subject, reading, writing, arithmetic, whatever it is, but now just learning now to fulfill where we didn't fulfill it before. And so on this pathway of liberation, we're just coming back through, learning and fulfilling all those things that were incomplete from other lifetimes or just even this life. But in us, it can look like a new project, but it's really not. It's just picking up the old and now continuing with it and expanding on it till it's done. Was that one okay, Kelsey, or did I overdo it again?
That was insane. My brain exploded. You didn't that was perfection. You didn't overdo or underdo. I'm taking so many notes right now. It was so good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, you mean I don't have to judge anything or fear anything anymore? Holy
No,
cow. There's
of
no
course,
need to judge or fear in
of course
what you
not.
just explained. I was like, the light bulb went off. I'm so excited right now.
Sounds more like it blew the ceiling off, so the sun's just lighting it all up now.
Pretty much. I just got enthusiastic.
I can tell. I love it.
I was like waiting. I hope he asks me something. Just I could tell you how amazing your sharing was just now. I want to like pull it out and put it on the website so everybody hears this and doesn't miss it.
Well, we all know a monthly focus that'll be coming up.
Yep, pretty much. I was thinking how am I gonna make this a monthly focus? I'm gonna have to
Okay,
give everybody a timestamp on the video.
there you guys know it'll be coming. Well, May might be too soon, but maybe not.
Summer,
But yeah,
summer,
summer.
summer, summer. Give me a little time.
Well, hopefully the person who asked that answered for them too. And if not, your enthusiasm will definitely help.
Call me. We'll talk.
This is cool. This is why I like doing this though, because I like getting very specific and into details to make it understandable. So to hear your enthusiasm, what you're saying tells me I did a good job in making it understandable by providing those levels of details.
Yes, you nailed it.
Okay, good. Awesome.
That's for the younger generation.
Yeah, man, I just dropped a bomb.
No.
No, because your mind went
Oh, true, 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 true.
a brain bomb.
Awesome. All right, we have a few
Open
more
your
to go.
mind, open your heart.
Yeah.
We have what did you say?
A few more. Two
Okay.
more.
Alrighty.
Okay, so big N, little n. Is there a difference between narcissism and narcissist? Laughing out loud, pun intended. And ego and ego, ego, egotist. I can't even say it. That's the question.
Well, Kelsey should be able to answer this one.
I'll answer the narcissist and you answer the egotist.
Talking through experience or just something we've heard?
You know. Both. Uh,
So let me see. Whoever wrote, I hope if you ever saw the movie The Green Lantern, it's kind of funny because the superhero they have this ring, and that ring gives them their superpower, but that superpower has to be connected to this lantern to be it's like the lantern's a battery that charges the ring so the person has the power. But yet this lantern even has a power source, which is a big energy plant on another planet, right? So there's these different levels. So a narcissist is like the ring, but to feed that narcissist, it's got to plug into the lantern of narcissism. But that energy of narcissism for their powering comes from a power plant somewhere else. Okay, that power plant's Lucifer. The ego is that receptacle for that's like the lantern. The ring is like any particular embodiment that the ego takes. So the ring is whatever body we're incarnate in any lifetime. The ego is like the lantern that feeds that particular body, and that lantern gets its source from this generator called Lucifer, which is really an energy, but it could be personified. Just like God is all loving, but God also individualized self. That's why we can see the face of God, talk to God. But it comes out of God's beingness, that is an energy field of pure loving. Well, same thing with Lucifer. Lucifer is an energy field of fear, but that fear personified can take on an appearance. We call Lucifer that's like a being or a person. Okay, so that's where these different quality, just like we have qualities of God, well, narcissism is a quality of God warped on itself, just like I described earlier that we've heard Jim talk about, that where it reflected the light of God, now warped on itself, that where it becomes egotistical or self-centered. And so that narcissism is in a sense taking instead of a reflection of God, now is taking that which was a quality of a reflection of God, as Lucifer is a reflection of God, which is why people mistake Lucifer as God at times. They see the reflection, the imperfection, but they don't realize it. They think the top of the mind that Lucifer is the reflection of God. They think that's God, and it's not. That's the big game. Lucifer's laughing, having a good time. One of the qualities of Lucifer, just like we have qualities of God and reflections, so one of the qualities of God that Lucifer has warped, you could say, is narcissism. It's a warped, so it comes out of the fear. It comes out of egotistical. It comes out of self-centeredness. That is just the warping that this whole creation does, like I described earlier with the black holes. So that's it. Hopefully it answered it everything you asked about. If not, too bad. Just write in again. And Kelsey, feel free to add if there is something you did want to add.
Nope. Yeah, no. I mean, the question is just, is there a difference between narcissism and narcissist, which you answered, and ego and egotist, which you answered. So,
Yeah.
nothing to add.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay, some more has come in, but we'll keep going. Okay. Me, haha. This is perfect after that question. Me, haha. It's my birthday, and what a divinely awesome way to spend the morning with dynamic duo Brian and Kelsey. I started the morning's earlier meditation by listening to Brian's talk of 2017 Europe Initiate Retreat, where he mentions feeling insulted. I thought. That's an aspect I hadn't seen come up when laughing my old, I hope, ways of reacting, hurt than anger. Yet as I began writing it out, yes, I saw it sure was. I noticed how feeling insulted is connected to ego, as if I hadn't been seen nor treated as I should be. Thank you for that talk, Brian, and for this morning sharing as well. Thank you, Kelsey, for so graciously stepping up to double hold the loving today. Gentle hugs to dear Jim and loving to all attending today.
Wonderful.
I'll just say happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And just take off the shoulds and it'll be a lot easier. I say that because when I hear somebody think that they should be treated a certain way, in other words, people like demand respect or you should treat me better or this or that, you got to be careful when you do those things because that sets up a lot of expectations and restrictions for yourself, let alone other people. In the way this creation works, it's always going to backfire and your boundaries will be overstepped. So I wouldn't set things up like that. I would just say work with acceptance of no matter what anybody does or says, whether they insult you or love you, whether they accept you or reject you. That's, don't make any shoulds. It's just allow everybody the freedom to do what they're going to do and allow the same for yourself. If you do anything other than that, it's just called more karma, more challenges, more reactions. But that's how we learn. So, do it as much as you need to till you learn. That's why you hear me talk about I don't set boundaries, I don't do the expectations, don't do the judgments, because by doing that, it creates all these separations that just feed the energy that's going to come back on you one way or another, sooner or later. And that's okay, because again, that's how we learn. So if you want a really, truly happy birthday, focus on the happiness and no expectations, judgments, or shoulds, and you'll be good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to manage another question, but it came in sideways. So if you're listening to me, please resend it so it's not sideways, the picture. I can't read sideways.
Just turn your computer on the side.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All right, so this is someone else. I'm pretty sympathetic, not empathetic towards Lucifer. Does that mean I'm a pretty bad narcissist?
Now I like this person's humor. No, that means you're a pretty good narcissist.
Sorry.
I like it. That's funny. Are you still trying to read the sideways one? Or did you have something more with that
Yeah.
one? I thought
No,
that was
no.
fun.
The one I just read, that was all. It was just that one sentence.
Cool.
I'm trying to download this and reformat it, but I don't even know if I can read it because it's a picture.
Is there another one you can move on to and come back to that? Give a
Nope.
comment? Oh, that's the last one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We'll give you a minute.
Okay, there we go. I just got it.
Okay.
Y'all think I have time to do things like pre-read emails and stuff. That's funny. Um, okay, so let me get back there. Okay, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for a truly great class as always. So much great stuff, thank you. Feedback requested, please. I recall Brian once saying that sometimes it's okay if, during a challenging situation, you don't hold it together and it turns into an all-out argument. Well, that happened with my mom yesterday.
Good for you. You made a breakthrough.
After enough of her playing victim and saying cruel things as a way to avoid talking about a topic
Yeah.
we needed to discuss, I told her I was tired of being the one who has to always forgive her nasty comments. I told her she'd only ever apologized once for all the nasty things she said to me over the years. And then I found myself reenacting her when she was cruel to me in the same kitchen a few years ago. I said, "Who says that to their daughter?" I actually think she was shocked and got a taste of how she had behaved. But I was shocked by myself. I felt a rage inside that I've only felt once before. Yesterday, as I let this brief rage come out, tired of the years of her narcissism and games that has largely divided our family, I witnessed myself in the middle of it, and it was wild and scary, and it felt out of control.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was brief, but it was rage.
Mhm.
And it also felt bloody liberating too. Finally, not being the adult to have to hold the higher ground and put up with her shit. The old me would have judged myself for buying into the whole game and not handing it over to God, and that I should have been more awake, but I don't feel like that. I feel a combination of freedom and also, what the fuck was that? My all get twisted. Wait. My mom, of course, called my eldest sister who buys into my mom's game, and I know it will all get twisted, but I don't care. I got twisted
Twisted,
on that sentence.
twisted sister.
Yeah, there you go. I just don't care anymore about the games they play. It definitely feels loaded, and clearly there's a lot there, and I need to get to apply the LAF to it, but it feels really freeing at the same time. Clearly, I need to take responsibility for my behavior and for the fire in my belly I wasn't willing or able to calm in the moment. But anyway, I would appreciate any feedback on this, laugh out loud. Thank you so much.
Good for you, first of all. That takes a lot. I mean that because I know how scary it is to, really acknowledge these things with people because, well, it's the fear that holds us back, for one. And the longer that we allow the fear to hold us back, the more power it builds until it literally is a raging volcano. And that's what anger is. So when you literally feel that level of rage and fire in the belly, that's letting you know that power that has built and also where it's located. That's where these things are. It's always those lower chakras in the belly like that. That's where it hits us in the gut. That's what insults do. That's what victimhood does. That's what blame does, all of that. And yes, it's clearly a demonstration of not taking responsibility. And that's just what people have learned to do in the world, whether it's your mother or anybody. That's pretty much how the world operates. And the big one is one, at some point, the good news is once you open up and share that, it begins the process of now letting the energy move. And that's the whole purpose of doing that. I'm not all about just going and blasting people with our rage by any means. What I'm about is just opening that energy field so that it can begin to move, so that we can begin to find our way through it and free ourselves of it. And a lot of the time, we're not going to be able to do that until we take some type of action to get that energy moving. I've seen a lot of people try journaling, counseling, even the Laugh Workbook. I've seen people do a lot of other things that are meant to be helpful, but often it doesn't work because they're still avoiding and resisting the underlying core thing. And that's why you'll see me often encourage others to have the open, honest, vulnerable conversations for that reason. I'm not saying everything needs to be dealt with that way, because no, it doesn't. What do you do when somebody's not there to do it? You got to find some way to move it, right? That's what I'm talking about. You just have to find a way to move the energy. So whatever way is what's important, and not to judge it. That's the other thing. Most people judge it, just like you said, the behaviors, because everybody will judge the behavior, insult you, put you down, make you wrong, and just look at the behavior rather than the truth of the information that you're sharing. In other words, the most important thing is the truth, because it's the truth that sets you free, not your behaviors, not insults, not excuses, not blame, not anything. Only the truth will set you free. So that's the core. What's the truth? When we begin to open up and start sharing what the truth is where we're at, that begins to open things to get to a deeper truth, the deeper truth, the deeper truth, until we hit the core. Once we hit the core, karma done, lesson learned, fulfilled. And so keep that in mind. It's a step by step. Once you get that open, that may be all you need to do. And now you can follow through with this to get to the core and get it clear. And that's where the LAF is the ticket with meditation. The two together are everything. That's the purple and blue light together. This is why we talk about the purple and blue light, why in ILM we have a really wonderful special blessing by having them both working together with us. They usually don't. Usually somebody has a purple light doing a spiritual path, and usually somebody has a blue light doing some type of personal growth stuff. Well, we got it all together here in ILM for this reason, okay? That's why we talk about it all, because we know we got to work it all to get liberated. So now that you've opened the door, follow through, especially doing the Laugh Workbook and inner work. And if something more shows up on the outer is a tool. It's not about the outer. It's not even about the other people. The outer here is a tool, a mechanism, a vehicle that is here for you to utilize to support you to move these energies and wake up and discover what's really going on inside of you. That's the point of it all. This world is here to reflect to us what's running in us. So it's a tool to help us learn about ourselves. If you understand that, then it can serve you rather than you're fighting it. Everybody fights against the world, But the world is actually here to serve us, to help us come into greater understanding of knowing of ourselves. But we have to look at it that way and participate with it that way. And when we do that, we'll start to find ways how to communicate so that it moves it into a communion in action, because then it now becomes about us rather than blaming others. Well, you did this, it's your fault, why I'm upset. Right? That's what the world does. It's like, wow, how about we start going, wow, I'm upset. Why am I upset? Can you help me discover and learn why I'm upset so I can heal this inside of myself? Whole different approach, isn't it? Rather than trying to change the other person, trying to change their behavior, trying to tell them what to do so they don't upset you. That's what the world's doing. Never, ever will work, ever has, never will. That's why people keep fighting and arguing in wars to this day. Soon as somebody takes responsibility in the way I said, changes everything. I started this way with my dad. We started off talking, acknowledging what was going on, and it started a lot of yelling and back and forth, blaming at first, but we kept at it. We kept at it till we got to deeper, 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 like, wow, where I literally said, you know, I'm only doing this. I'm sorry if this is causing reaction. It's not my intention. My intention is to really see and know and understand what's going on inside of me so that I can heal these things, so that I can come back to a place of peace rather than upset, so that in my place of peace, I can actually have a good relationship. Well, that was the secondary. The main reason was to get liberated. The secondary reason is so that in that getting liberated, I could have a loving, peaceful relationship out here. Because guess what? If you have a loving, peaceful relationship in here, you're going to have a loving, peaceful relationship out here, regardless of what the other person does. Because there's a day, if you do all this inner work, there could be a day then your mother could do the same thing and you'll burst out laughing. Literally, you'll crack up laughing because you'll see how silly it is, because you have no more energy on it, because you now have learned your lessons and have fulfilled what that was inside of you that was incomplete. And that's what every situation, every relationship is there to do for us, is to serve us, to get in touch with ourselves, to free ourselves by fulfilling these underlying lessons. But we've got to approach it that way and begin to learn how to let it work for us. In other words, instead of blaming and trying to change people, we start asking for feedback. We start asking, why are they upset with us? Why are they saying what they're saying about us? What it is that I do that upsets you? Could you tell me more about that? In other words, utilize out here to help support you to come into greater understanding with what's going on inside of you and your reactions. But people will only be able to tell you so much, because obviously if they're living in that state of where it's always blame and insult, which is a highly protective mechanism, usually they don't have much awareness or a lot of valuable feedback, but they'll have some. Go ahead and get whatever that sum is to support you, but when that's it, then take what you've got and now begin to work the rest yourself. And that's all we have to do. And that itself, you'll start to find greater balance in yourself, and automatically that'll start healing whatever discord there is inside of any relationship with anybody. It's just how it works. But, you know, parents, siblings, those are always the deepest karmic lessons. And they're the hardest ones, but it's also where the greatest blessings are. But to get to those blessings, it requires a bit of work, like we're talking about, which can often take a bit of going through these types of messy types of communications. I don't know any way around it. I've never found anybody to be able to have a clean slate with any communication when it's those types of energies. I just have learned not to avoid them, but rather address them and just work with whatever's there. That's what apologies are for. That's what forgiveness is for. It's there to help us so that we can still heal and get free of all these things that everybody's so busy avoiding. And that's the biggest other key is just don't avoid. Just take action steps and follow through with more action steps until it's just done. It's what I did with my dad. It took us many years, but we got to such a good place where it's just neutral. We are at peace with each other. And it was that way for about 2 decades before he passed. It was awesome, but it's just doing the work. And it's not easy work, but it's definitely worth it, especially if you really want to get liberated and truly find more peace and loving within yourself and your relationships. Amen. Anything more, Kels?
No, that was it. Amen.
Awesome. A day of creatorship. All right, let's go ahead and wrap it up with just another little brief meditation. So just whoever's still here, just take a moment to go inside. You can close your eyes if you wish. Just bring your attention into the soul, the top of the head. And just be present with the loving of who you are. And just let the loving of who you are, is that living, loving essence of God, just fill your head center and just begin to expand throughout your body and your aura, where you just become aware of the peace and the loving throughout your beingness. Just take a few moments to let this unfold. And right above your head, I want you to even see the word hue, H-U. Just see the word, the name, the sound. Right in your soul is a ball of golden white light. So see the light of your soul and see the sound of the hue, all contained together in one. As you continue to experience this peace and loving throughout your beingness. As you hold your attention, just start to chant the hue inwardly or outwardly if you wish. As you continue to hold your focus on the light of your soul. And just letting the sound of the hue integrate and merge with the light of your soul, where the sound and the light become one. Letting the sound of the hue empower your soul. You may even witness that inner light getting brighter or stronger or more radiant. You may even feel it growing in your consciousness, lighting you up, bringing more peace. And just remember that you are human, that you are the soul that is the light and sound of God within this vehicle that we call man, which is the mind, the emotions, the imagination, and the body. Not either or, but and. But it is the soul, you and God's loving together, that is the source of unconditional loving. That is the source of truth and power that gives life to man. And it gives life to that action of creativity we call manifest. To manifest is the creativity of the light and sound of the living, loving essence of who you are. And just remember, from manifest, fest is for festivities. So enjoy the festivities of your creations, because it is all an expression of your loving and your co-creatorship with God. Amen.